So your boy forgot that the time zone shift happened today because of daylight savings, so we missed half the mission. Hooray! Fucking wonderful. I fucking hate time zones.
We will be popping purple smoke in our position, and the enemy is north, 200 meters.
Where's Ben's squad?
West.
Okay, thanks.
Like, literally right there. Close.
Hey.
I stay again.
So the mission started half an hour ago. I was still asleep because the way Australian and European time zones interact is very complicated and confusing, and there's like a 1 hour shift between them, which I always forget when it happens, and I forgot when it happened. So I have no idea what's going on. I literally just woke up and literally just spawned in the mission.
There is not an ETA on that artillery.
Hi, what color do you want me?
Lovely. Thank you.
How many mags left? Oh, 1. Nope, 6.
It'll be fine, Alex. Don't worry about it.
Ben, what color?
Hey, Brad,
well, all your machine gun go yellow.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Please. I'm gonna stick myself morphine.
Hey, Arthur.
Go ahead and reload.
Yeah.
Do we not
Basically,
what kind of?
don't move further north. Keep
Don't
suppressing.
move, don't move. Backing.
Yeah. Do we not kind of? Oh,
Everything's dead out
says.
there.
No.
Oh, we're sitting on like a cache of explosives.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's not interactable. It's
Rocket
not full of any
artillery, Ben.
explosives. It won't cook off.
Okay.
Yep, you're good to go.
Thank you very much, Jackson.
Anyone have
Is
an
anyone
entrenching
else
tool?
hurt?
Does anyone have white smoke?
Yes,
Azrael,
everyone.
Yes.
Sorry, Azrael, I'm gonna give you
I
some.
have
Me,
Entrenching tool.
Dixon, Grumpy.
Bullets.
We're all going through
Simeon,
fucking white.
throw purple
Okay.
smoke.
I have white smoke.
Yeah.
Where does it need to be?
Don't
put?
add more
I
fucking
can't even
people
see the
over here.
briefing. God damn it.
All right, Azrael, you've been given a lot of bullet.
Bullet.
I was hoping
Back.
to pull back from this position,
Ben,
Grim,
I'll
not
put
add
the
more
smoke.
people.
Get the fuck down, rocket strike inbound. Get the fuck down.
get
Come
down.
on.
Oh, never mind. We got
I was hoping to pull back before that.
Confirming purple smoke friendly. Enemies north, 200 meters from purple smoke.
Wait, it's a fucking artillery strike. Why
No,
are you
it's-
popping purple smoke?
So the
Yes.
rockets
Fucking
know where
cast
we're at.
strike.
Oh, I thought artillery.
You said artillery like 3 times.
I was about to say, like, fucking... A rocket's not going to tell... Fucking...
Was it only one jet?
Yeah, we only got one jet.
Someone is hurt
Chuckle,
here.
confirm only one jet. Negative. Good cast. Squad
Oh,
1,
I'm bleeding from the
start
head.
pushing north if possible. Ben goes for you two, squad. Start leaping trenches forward.
Right, yellow team holding here. You have covering fire for blue team. Blue team's going to
Understood,
start
cover.
pushing.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Where the shit did that come from?
I don't fucking know.
Northwest.
Right, blue,
I think it's
we're
close
going to
to
leap over to the trench to the northwest. And then yellow's going to follow us there, okay? So we're going in a northwestern direction. Go
Yeah, yeah.
behind the machine guns. Blue, follow me.
fuck's sake. Okay.
Hey, Chris, you still here?
Yeah,
he's
Groom's
gone,
still
man.
here.
There's a big
Yeah.
gun in that trench.
I know.
I can't tell if it's or that
Ross,
this one
what's
back
your
there. I
role?
can't tell.
Yes.
Submachine
We
gun.
know of it.
Understood.
Go! Get a man down!
Alright, fuck it, let's move to the next trench.
Squad 1 status.
Ben? Ben?
Bradley's down, drag him in as well.
For
Azrael.
Ben is down.
second squad is
Down.
taking 2 by casualty, including our
Alright,
including our
whoever's
squad
here
leader
is
and
not
medic.
medicing. Watch northwest to our next trench. North, northeast, and north. Take positions. Enemies being spotted 50 meters out.
Alex,
Yo,
we got this here. Go fuck them up.
stand by. What?
I was gonna say, like, we probably should just go
Can we
take that
help
next
you?
trench.
What's the status of the guy that's down? Guys.
Both.
Ben is
Both not having a good time, yeah?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, Ross is down. Okay. Really low on the guys now.
frog out,
Don't
frog
think
out,
pushing.
frog out.
Alright, frag is
platoon,
going
this
out,
is
frag is
second
going
squad,
out.
Platoon medic has arrived safe.
Well, that gives me a chance to grab a cup of tea at least.
That was good. He jumped. Did you see it? He jumped. Okay.
Yeah.
Alec, Dixon, Azrael, push into that trench up ahead that grenade just blew up in. Take positions, watching west and northeast. Azrael, go. Keep it going, Azrael. Keep it going. Come on. Grumpy Zombie X-Inf, you alright here, yeah?
Yeah, I should be fine.
Okay, I need to help fucking Ross over here. I mean, hit good.
I don't have enough bullets for this.
Dixon, can you hear me?
Sort of.
Okay, you hold that position. I need to help up Ross as well.
What? Say again?
I need to help Ross, so you hold that position over there. Until
Dude, I don't even know what's happening. Like, I missed the briefing because I was asleep, so I have no idea.
Platoon, this is second squad. We appear to have secured the westernmost, southwesternmost trench.
Yo, these two casualties, Ben and Bradley, are they stable?
Yeah, soon.
Okay, can you work on Ross? I'm gonna go up to the boys.
Up.
Understandable.
Bradley, have a look at Ben here.
Alright, I'll be to
I'm
your
gonna go check
northwest.
on Ross.
Where's Ben?
There's
Is
a
this
slow
Grim is
heart
down?
rate,
Fuck's
so-
sake!
Where's
Where's Grim?
Just right outside. Let me get him.
I'm gonna get him.
Drag.
First squad, this is second squad. Platoon is down. We are providing medical to him now.
His head's just been hit.
Copy that.
Has someone
Yeah.
stabilized Ross?
Watch your fire. We
No,
got friendly.
I'm getting Grim.
Okay, gotta stabilize
Hopefully
Ross.
my eyes will start working soon. Because I didn't even see that guy until like half a second before he shot me.
Benefrin.
How much blood?
So now I think, because it's shifted an hour, I think it's next week or the week after. No, it's the week after next, I think, when missions go back to starting at 4 AM instead of 6.
He's
Fine.
gonna go into cardiac arrest. If
Shit.
he has low blood rate. Can you CPR Grim?
They're marking their position with purple smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Finishing a CPR.
Hey, can you fix up?
Yeah, I'm
Ross, I
fixing
think.
Ross. Yeah.
I think that fucked up a little there.
Ah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Bro.
Yeah.
We just need to make sure that his heart doesn't explode from all the drugs.
Okay.
More. Stops the
Alright,
heart
Grim has
exploding.
strong heart rate.
When we switch
We'll
away
go to
from
the rest of
daylight
the boys.
savings. We're on daylight savings right now.
Yo.
It ends in... Actually, no, it might be more than... Might be more than... No...
25
Fuck, I don't even remember. We come out of it like halfway through April or some shit.
Hold on, can we
So yeah, like 2
I don't wanna
weeks.
move into-
Something like that.
I don't want to move into unknown ground.
I mean, we really should do it to secure first squad's flank.
Okay. Okay, stand by. Nade out.
Come
Northwest.
on, Grim.
Say again. There's an explosion.
Okay, Azrael, you're gonna go to that
Oh,
third most
shots.
rock when I say so. Alec, you go to the second one behind him. Dixon, me and you are gonna push around the left.
Confirm.
Y'all just shoot through the fucking bushes until I just say no, and then we're gonna attack that trench, okay?
Hello.
You're in the last
Don't-
one, stand
don't
by.
move.
Before you run, let me just give you a bullet.
I think I got zippered by friendlies.
Okay, you got bullet. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Classic.
Ben,
Hello.
Yeah.
Up.
Oh,
oh,
fuck.
just don't move.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man down.
Good to go.
Has this guy got anything good on him? Oh, he's got a Browning.
Some of them you can't take off.
Always ammo's in the
Grumpy, go over
backpack.
there. See that they're alive.
I'm gonna see if I can knit this fucking Browning.
Your pack, Ben. Do you want me to go?
And Jesus Christ.
Come on, Ross.
North is getting pretty hot, Ben.
Bismillah.
They're getting shot from somewhere over there.
Hold on, I gotta have my
Suggest you
bipod.
move and reinforce.
Right, so the rest of my squad to the northwest.
Yeah, they're right over that trench, basically.
Right, Brad, do you wanna?
Yeah.
hold
I'll
on.
let
You
them
got
out
excellent.
over there, so go
Excellent.
over.
Right, Brad, come
Do
in.
not move. 12 seconds.
Brad,
Yeah. Which way do you want to go? Yeah.
we're going to
Okay.
that trench there.
Yeah, let's go.
Friendlies.
Is Ross up, yeah?
Brad, we're going
Yes, Ross is now good to go.
Have we got friendlies in the white smoke? Hold on.
Go XM.
No, I don't think we do because they're all to the left. We've got 2 friendlies down in the middle of the smoke.
Mm-hmm. XM with me.
Oh, fuck it. We got 2 friendlies down, middle of the field. Reload. Ross, if you can.
Asriel's
grab him and run back to the trench.
he's fucked. Like,
Dead?
I need help, or he will be. He might be dead. I don't know.
Well, can you grab him and take him back to the trench?
Oh wait, I
Between
can
that
inventory on him.
is-
Yeah, he's dead.
We'll start on the next one. Wait,
He
is that
might
friendly?
he might not be dead, but he's like I'm gonna
probably
triage him.
focused on-
He is
focused on
going to be
friendly
dead. Like he's already lost a fatal amount of blood. I can at least save
I'm pushing up.
Dixon. Asriel might still be up, but like
Fuck's sake.
he's beyond fucked. Oh, no, not that.
Alright, trench is secure.
I've got friendlies north.
I'm not gonna give him a fucking splint right now because he doesn't
Yeah,
need
we've
one.
got fucking
He
zipper
needs to
friendlies.
get fucking.
Brad. How's he doing? Take him back to the trench, Brad.
Yeah, I'll get him back.
Yo, this trench is secure. This trench is
Rog.
secure.
Fuck's sake.
Bit of pickle. Happens though.
Yeah.
You need me to carry anyone?
If there's anyone
Check if
over
you can
there.
carry Asriel, but I think he's dead.
Thank you.
User joined your channel.
Do we know anything about that trench over there? To our northwest.
Nothing, but there was a an enemy just outside it. So
Ah,
I
fuck
think
it, I'm just gonna walk over. If I die,
Yeah, no, he's
I'll come with you. Both
he's
of you shall go.
well and truly gone.
Just take a look. Hello?
Good success.
Is 2 squad up?
No,
2 squad is
fuck.
Ben, we're coming to reinforce you right now.
Ben, do you want me to grab the MG off Asriel's body?
What's your current role?
Submachine gunner.
The machine gunner.
Yeah, fuck it.
Go ahead, check off.
I have a strong desire to not. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Alright. First squad, Alright, Ross, I'm your ammo bitch.
I suggest you all
Wait, do you have ammo for your... No, never mind. You're a submachine gunner. You don't have rifle ammo.
Rog, so he's stable then at least. Good.
Where did Northman go?
I don't know.
Ben's over here.
This is a shit show.
Dropping blue smoke at the drop
Thank you
site.
very much. Thank you.
Alec.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favour? You can go back to Brad, just keep an eye on him, make sure no one creeps over onto him.
Yeah.
Ross, can you be with me for a sec?
Yep.
Thank you. Both be popping, boy.
Watch south for me.
Right, Ben, what's the deal here? What we doing?
Sell it.
I've got Brad in the back,
Yes?
patching up Dixon. Ross is here with me. He's now the MG, so he's your boy.
How is Alec? How is
Alex here back with Brad. He's
Southwest?
just giving him cover.
sandbags?
Just so nothing
Okay.
can creep up on him.
Pointed out.
And Dixon?
Dixon's still
when you're
down,
done with that, what's
unfortunately.
northwest?
Okay.
Pointed
That's
at
all
trigger.
in all,
Do
alright.
it again.
Confirming you're moving 100
We just need
meters west.
360 or
Scouting.
at least keep eyes up here.
Cool.
I see the fields. I don't see a sandbag.
join
I
the
do
next
see.
room.
I do see some type of military stuff. Yeah.
Come over to me.
Alright, again, this is 2-3 to
Yeah.
2-3-1.
And look over there. Look at that, like
Yeah.
the white dot.
Yeah. No, you're right. I see it. By the way, you're getting called on radio. Let them know that we have spotted in any position.
This is 231.
I heard you.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
definitely a
doing
supply
anything about
cache.
that ammo cache, or we just
Right through the
leaving it?
trees.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The one that we,
cache.
yeah, the one that we thingied through.
Ben, in your backpack, a single demolition block. Take a
Ready to
team
move from
over-
this spot
take a
because I don't think
squad
I'll be
over
able to
there,
find
blow
it again.
Exif and I will handle the man down. Where is he?
I mean, it's
Who?
generally in that
My
white
boy,
area.
Dixon.
Yeah.
Oh, where is
Yeah.
he?
He's back here in the trench. I'll take you through.
Okay. Yeah,
Right,
okay,
you two on me,
blow-
Alex,
you
Grumpy.
blow up the
Go,
cache,
go.
double time.
Alex, Grumpy on me.
Exif.
Yep.
Grim.
Yeah, where is it?
Standing right where I'm standing.
Yeah. That's the town.
I got eyes on Private Jackson.
Nice.
Look at him. He's over there.
Now, do we play a party game and I put it on 5 seconds and we see if we can make it?
I don't know, 5 seconds is definitely not.
I've done it before, it works. It makes people run.
Mate, but we're fat, we're fat.
Right, hold on.
Do an XIMP, put it on 30 seconds and tell everyone it's on 5 minutes.
It's on 5 minutes, 3 seconds, starting now. So,
Stay here for a
yeah,
bit.
okay. Yeah. Right, let's go back to it, Brad, and then we'll pick them up and we'll push on.
User joined your channel.
Just got back up.
Are you next to your squad? No. Ben,
Is anything good in here? Yeah.
your squad's up. We're moving west.
Right.
Is it
Demo's on
short
for 5
six?
minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, west with me.
Right, blue, yellow on me, blue, yellow on me.
Formation, westward.
Blue, yellow on the man.
Advance until you
Line
see the
behind
town.
me, blue first, yellow second.
Column.
Yeah, column.
Everybody listen up. Both squads are now combat operational. We're moving as close to the village as we can. First 2-3-1. Move in a little bit closer. Ben,
Yeah.
2-3-2. Move southwest until you're roughly parallel to both squads. Over.
Good. 332 copies. Is Asriel dead?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ross
Okay.
is the new
He just
Ezreal.
says that he's in a vehicle for me.
It's probably parachuting.
I wasn't.
Well, soon to be.
We could probably like go through the low ground here, get good protective range, and take it out before they ban it. Yeah. My squad.
Right, hold here. Blue right, yellow left.
Yellow
Blue
left.
right, yellow left.
Ben,
Just spread out, yeah.
line formation southwest, 100 meters.
100 meters southwest.
I hear someone.
Right, everyone
There's a
faces
second
southwest.
23, so watch it.
Facing southwest.
Alright, we're going to move a bit more left, so move left, move left.
Shuffle left, shuffle left, shuffle left.
Alright, that should be enough. Line back up and spread out. Right, fuck it, southwest it is.
We can probably hook a little further, even a little further left.
Yeah. Change to south-southwest, bearing... Fuck it, 210.
210.
Yep.
I like you, alright?
Yeah, I got solid wall.
No entrance.
Just grab a tree, hold, grab cover.
Grab a tree, grab cover.
Inside we got eyes on Bramataro.
Say again?
See, we got eyes on Bramataro, and we're in a possible 2A location.
Got nothing on. Got nothing on glass.
This is Squad 2. We are about 50 meters out from
Got eyes
the
on
town.
cache.
Roger that. If
Fire upon.
Getting up to the wall, start clearing compounds.
Alright, we've been told to advance to the wall and start clearing compounds.
Was the plan not for us to give cover?
Look, man, I'm telling you what you're telling me.
Cover to give, so let's go.
Fine. Blue, yellow, push up to the ball.
Pushing up to the wall.
There's a gap to the west. Keep your eye on it.
First squad, try to go for red objectives.
I really wish that I could
Blue,
see
yellow,
what
blue,
was
yellow,
fucking
start
what.
turning west. Start turning west.
Start turning west.
Yo, eyes on eyes on unmanned ZSU. Drop
Well.
rooftops.
Frag out.
Frag out in the village.
Frag out.
Ross, just remember that this is the village. The baby.
That was a fucking ZU.
Where is it now?
ZSU was unmanned. Peeking.
Crossing.
Pushing past you.
Cross.
Woo!
Are we gonna die? Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna die.
I have no fucking idea, Ross.
There's a vehicle spawn left. Vehicle.
Friendly.
Dixon, please on radio. We've got a vehicle south side.
They're on the roof. Friendly.
I don't like this.
Friendlies.
Friendly.
Has anyone cleared the roof yet?
Voices
Voices
close left. Voices close left.
Yep, enemy.
I'm taking the corner, Ben.
To the left as well.
Voices close front.
Right, take over.
We've got a boy down the other side of
Yeah,
this.
one gets down next.
Across the road too.
I just want to get this corner. Yeah, nice. Right, see.
Get a frag over there. They're in the middle of the street.
Fuck it.
Just joined us
I
with
don't got one.
Hold.
I got one.
Frag out. South.
Close down.
That'll do it.
Whoa, careful, guys.
Yeah.
Is there any
I dropped him.
Yeah, I'm here.
Moving up slightly.
Where's casualty?
Right, Ross, push up
Yo,
to
BT,
yeah.
vehicle.
Yeah, it's a.
Where's casualty?
He's dead.
Driver's dead.
Right, we got enemies to the right. So yellow team hold this intersection. Blue. Taking contact.
Yellow team
north
hold
side.
intersection.
Okay, be advised, XM
Alright,
is
just
taking
hold it
over.
now,
Give
boys.
Someone cover the gap to my right.
Awesome.
Frag out at the vehicle.
Frag out.
Oh, he didn't make it.
I'm probably dropping him a fresh bag and I'm gonna see if I can get through this gap. Ross, can you push forward slightly? Or push out a little bit?
No, there's a gap to my left and to my right.
I'm crossing.
Reload.
Keep pushing across the street.
Ben, what's our status?
You alright?
I'm good.
Currently fine. Yellow team hold this intersection. Blue team on me.
The wall again, man.
Blue team on
Dixon.
me. Yellow team hold this intersection.
There was a guy to your left who ran right past.
Blue right.
Blue pushing.
Blue right. Blue southwest.
Alright,
Blue southwest.
Hook west when we're in. Squad 1, hook west when we
Dixon,
go
get
through.
to north bend.
Alright, commander.
Just for that, where the stuff is happening. Wait. No screaming in foreign languages, please.
Oh boy, this is a lot of shit.
Platoon, we have found mortars and explosive trucks, as well as at least 2 by dish cut. 4 by dish cut. Ben's down.
Good job.
Ben's down. I think he's dead.
Can you confirm that you can take him? Ben is down.
Yeah. I'm packing him. Pack the bandage.
Uh, platoon. First squad squad leader is down. Or second squad leader is down, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
what is up?
I'm coming.
Alex!
Yo.
Yep, you're in charge. Yeah, yes.
Understood.
Check his pulse, CPR.
Friendly's up there.
Orders are to take
Blue
up
team,
the
is this-
position to the southeast. Ben's down, he's getting worked on.
Okay, what about this compound? Clay secure? Okay,
No,
I see
no,
first
go
squad in
up
here. How
there.
about yellow?
Yeah.
Blue team,
Yeah,
blue team,
skyline,
how about
man.
we get the fuck
Yeah,
out?
I know, but there should be a low wall around that I can
I'll stick
bypass.
with you.
I mean, you can climb on my
I'm gonna have
shoulders.
to pick up
Take
another,
a look if you
pick
want.
up a weapon soon.
Yeah, I can see it. There's a low wall. I'll have some cover.
Is this compound being cleared?
I think the idea is that
sorry,
we're
I didn't
supposed
check
to
for
use
the back.
these armaments
Okay, well,
that
I
we
was
just
hearing
captured
voice from
to
there. Blue team,
block
blue
the
team.
road.
Come back for me, go into this compound, ensure that it's clear. We're gonna be regrouping on the southeast side of this place. As soon as you clear the compound, meet on the southeast side of the wall. Yellow team's just gonna be around the corner. You alright, Alec? Alright, Ross, how you doing?
One dead.
I'm alright.
Okay, Ross, try regroup with us. Just at the
Mail
outside to your east. Understood.
Right. Right on me. Simeon.
Yeah, just watch to the...
Dixon, what the fuck?
Dixon there?
Yep.
Ah, he's
Can
beaming.
you do me a favour?
Okay, we can cross now if he's got that. Watch to the right, Ross, watch to the right.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Alec, cover Ross to the southeast.
Right on me.
I'm gonna just analyze.
Crossing.
Second squad has made it to the ZU.
What be happening? Alright, I'm gonna nade out east, Need out going east.
Ross,
Alright, blue team, I think you got a supreme position here.
We got friendlies to the right. Let's check that.
Yellow team is just to the southwest.
Ah, there you go.
Right over
Just
the wall
over
to
the
my
side
right
as
side,
well.
yeah.
I can frag over it.
Do it.
Hello.
Oh, no, yeah. Blue
frag
team
out,
is
frag out, frag out.
He's in a building, I think.
Yeah.
You good?
Yellow team, where the fuck you went?
We're over here,
Alec, you
to
good?
your west.
Opening the door.
I bet Squad 2's taking our fucking objectives again, aren't they?
I think we are.
God damn it.
On the, he's coming around, he's coming around, he's coming around.
Alright, this is our stop. Let's go for it, Gecko. Oh no, it sounds like Squad 2's being murdered in our objective.
No, we're not. We're murdering.
What are you doing in our objective? Get the fuck out of here.
Alec, Ross, let's get out,
Don't you have your own objectives?
No, we were dead. Well, Ross, where you coming? Where you going?
I'm coming out of the building.
Understood?
Alright, keep pushing south, clearing this fucking compound. In which
Okay,
case,
we're
is
not
there
gonna
an
go
exit
down
on
there.
this
Let's
side?
let them deal
Nope,
with it. Let's
back
go
out
back
front door.
to the ZD position.
Shoot civilians unless fired upon.
We're over there.
Even if you got weapons.
Please do, and our next objective is to move on to
Yeah.
two
Oops.
That guy got clapped because he shot me.
Right, yellow team. Hello.
Hello.
Roger that. Ben, scratch your last.
Over there. I think our best bet
Are
is
we
to push
demoing
into
this cache?
You're holding here for now.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah, man.
Grab a
Simeon,
sandbag.
report the moment you secure
Grab a
2A
window.
and it's ready to go.
Yeah, let's
Small
do
mic
this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it in my backpack. Take it out.
Why is
I've got my
bipod
own carbine
hovering?
in my backpack.
Weird.
I want to take this LSU with us. I want to take this LSU with us.
Alright, I take
Okay.
some of the ammo.
Ben,
Cool.
Yeah.
drag the said U-23 right next to the ammo.
We do that?
Call it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to put it in fucking movie mode first. There we go.
Yep, stand clear, guys. Stand the fuck away from
Oh, that's awesome. What the fuck?
I'm
I've
dragging.
never seen this happen.
Yeah,
Roger
British
that, roger
storm.
that.
Do we have any
Oh, that's
CR?
fucking golden, man. I
Yeah,
love
I'll
this.
stop.
Yeah?
I'm gonna
Yep,
start
just
CPRing.
drop it.
No.
Oh,
Drop it,
there's
Ben.
guy
You
with
got a new shit. Now move over there. Move
Grabbing
to
that motion?
red 2A.
Yeah,
Yeah.
grabbing the
Right.
motion.
Say
I'm
again.
Yellow,
gonna
blue
grab
on me.
your-
Blue, yellow on me.
Your rifle and all your
Blue,
bullets.
yellow on the man. Moving.
These are
Not
all
at this time.
we can't get in
Wait,
trouble for
did
leaving
you just
equipment
receive
behind
my
if we
agenda?
Don't leave the equipment behind.
Wait, what?
I'm an attack helicopter.
Yes, Grim?
Your squad's
His
calling
pronouns are
back,
red coat.
You take another?
Most of those guys whose pronouns are now was were.
Right, just
Yeah, you did.
double check the area. Just
We're not stealing it. We're
getting fucking fighted.
moving it next to the fucking ammo dump, so we can dead all of it at once.
Just the 4 of us.
I wish we were
We
stealing
can
it.
make it if we try.
There's only 3 of us though. Ah! Just loiter around here, grab a fucking house,
Yeah,
grab
let's
a
loiter.
roof, do what the fuck
Let's
you
do
want.
this.
Y'all aren't my guys.
Let's do some
What the hell?
antisocial loitering.
No, we aren't yours. Fuck off.
Where are my boys?
Had a lighter for my cigarette that I've been chewing on.
Yeah,
let, me
where
just,
Mac?
let me just try.
Where Mac?
try shoot it.
Interrogative, squad 1, where are you? Womack's lost.
Womack.
I hear him, guys.
There, north.
I hear you. Hello.
You want my AT grenade?
Oh wait, no.
It's
Wait.
based heavily off
There's a fucking
off
squad over there.
Angola,
What?
off the Civil War.
That's not fucking helpful.
So
This
we're
is
at.
the 70s, so the
We're currently at
cigarette
2A.
doesn't have a delicious filter.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's the best part, chewing on the filter.
If you got
Really?
time, repack your mags. Just make sure you got everything set up.
Repacking. Ross, how you doing on ammo?
Good.
Right.
Ben, are we ready to move?
Is everyone repacked?
8 seconds.
Man, I was
Give
carrying
me
a
a
lot of
thing.
frag grenades.
Tell them give us 10 seconds.
ETA 10 seconds, I'm ready to move.
1.
We're to assemble at Blue 2 Charlie, wherever the fuck that is. My map's still broken.
Yeah, I've got you. It's the north side of the village, don't worry.
Alright, copy.
Right, let's jump down. Everybody on me when you're ready.
On the man.
I thought I had a frag. Oh, I just used it.
Let's go, Green Boys. We're going north.
Charges on the ZU, set 10 minutes.
I don't think we're going to take that long, hopefully.
If we do, we
Guess we're
deserve it.
moving.
I'm out
We
on
deserve
smokes
it,
and
we fucking
frags.
Get this right.
Don't worry about it.
I still have 2 frags left, and I think 2 smokes.
I mean, who the fuck drops
Okay, I'll let you.
for this length of a combat mission with 6 mags and an M1 carbine?
Womack's where the fuck over there.
A sadistic bastard.
Yeah.
I hope you can hear me, Brown.
I don't know.
I was like, there's gonna be more rounds in my backpack. Oh no.
Oh, guess what?
Like, oh, you're not sure. You're not supposed to be doing fighting. It's like, have you met the 3/4/5?
With the biggest gun.
I specifically didn't pick RTO because I was watching the race on my other monitor and I didn't want to like have too much going on. And then the race ended like 5 minutes into the mission.
No, I can't.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
I mean, Ace.
Hey, Chocolate.
Not with Ace.
I've never seen a more chatty
Is it in
man.
your backpack? Can you put your
Close
in your backpack?
Listen up. I'm
Right.
rat fucking every single weapon I passed over, and I'm carrying like 60 rounds for the Moss 49. Does anybody need
Blue
those
yellow shoot
magazines?
Womack, tickle his shit.
I have the 2 mags now. I'm just gonna drop them on the floor. How's that sound? Y'all can rat fuck 'em.
Yeah.
Blue yellow, let's take this house before they take it.
Blue yellow take house.
God damn it. Taking all the shit again, Ben.
Hey Ben,
Fucking assembly.
You take
found
our
more M1
objectives,
carbine
and
ammo.
you shoot us whilst we're there.
I'm a happy panda. What?
Grenades?
Hey Ross, there's ammo here.
I'm full up pretty much.
You need magazines.
Got 13 more for you as well.
Dead man, blind dead man.
Get ready to move north.
Let's go.
How many grenades?
Hey,
Dead men still no tail.
Yeah, grenades.
Fine.
Alright, we're moving out north, guys. North.
Moving out north, let's go.
What are we doing?
Yes.
Fucking can't take their ammo.
I have the smallest
right.
PP.
Everyone on me, blue yellow on me, blue yellow on me.
Everyone on Ben, let's go.
On the bed.
After you.
What, Alec, what ammo do you need, mate?
But I don't want the big boy.
No, I'm good. I was
Okay.
just irritated that you can't grab stuff from their inventories yet
Uh,
again.
if you put their vest on you, you can drop everything onto the ground.
Oh, I know. That doesn't make it any less irritating.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah. At which point? The one with the trenches. You weren't friendly, Wiggly. You peeked around a corner like some goddamn pervert postie. Hold on.
Whoa.
Okay, I will agree that was your objective, but you didn't clear
Alright,
fast.
just move ahead.
Yep. Did T-Far not transmit?
Yeah, because we cleared all the other objectives.
Oh yeah, I see armed individuals. Northwest. Next
So
to
did you guys end up shooting down a DC-6 which happens to carry a Swedish UN General Secretary?
Not yet, but there's still plenty of time left. The campaign hasn't begun properly yet. Don't worry. We could definitely make that a thing that happens. Also, thanks to Bits Polo.
Ben, wait up. Ben, wait up.
Hold it.
Keep going, talk. Our next tasking is taking out AA near.
Yeah, where?
High point.
Oh shit, I've lost them now. Where the fuck are they?
Oops, wrong button.
There they are. What's the high point name?
Hold. I haven't fucking gotten it. We're supposed to parallel to the east of first squad, forming a line.
Wait, they're facing northwest now. Right, on me.
There's a
Blue
BTR.
right. Yeah.
With Disco to the northeast.
Blue right, yellow left. Blue right, yellow left.
Yellow left.
Gonna fucking.
To the northwest, there's a BTR underneath the water tower.
Yeah. Right, we're just gonna hold here. Blue right.
Ross,
yellow
can you
left.
get to the far left?
Doing it.
That the demo charge should go off now. The first one. Right, we're just gonna push up, but we're not gonna crest. We're just gonna push,
Second
but
squad's
do
about to
not
execute moving
crest.
now. Ben, let's move.
Not cresting.
Yeah.
Pretty much as far as we can go.
Yeah,
Relay
just
it
hold here.
over here, 'cause that's where we ended up. Ben,
What's
apparently we need to stop what we're doing and move to the other side of first squad because Grim said so.
Wait, what?
Blue yellow, pull back.
We're moving
180
now.
boys.
Right, column behind me.
Main formation.
Stay low.
I feel like we're playing a little bit of Simon Says here right now.
Yeah. I love a bit of good old Simon Says.
Grim's the no, we didn't do the order. Maybe we shouldn't have given such a shitty order.
I was just told. I was just told to go northwest, so that's what I'm gonna do.
We can jump up the fast jog.
No, I said you said to put a line on their left.
Picture audio. It's moving. Probably that
Yeah.
PDR.
It sounds like a truck to me. Northwest. Sure they heard it though.
Right, hold it here for me.
Hold there, up ahead somewhere.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, look at that.
Ben, I want you to set up on the right here.
Just shoot his
And
ass.
then, you see that water
Who's
tower
shooting?
over there on the west?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
we'll be
blasting.
assaulting that position once the BTR 40 gunner is taken out. See him?
Hello.
Alright, yeah. So we're just gonna, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna fuck him up and then you're gonna attack. Leave your machine gunners
Simeon,
behind.
let command
And
know
then
that Grim will
What's
get with
squad
them a
one
little
gonna
bit.
do?
Cover your ass and do the same.
Okay. Blue yellow on me. Blue yellow on me.
On the man.
This is
Everyone got a nice setup lined up, yeah?
whatever the fuck our
Right.
call sign was.
We're gonna line up here. There's a BTR 40 over there with a Dishka on. Yeah. When the command's given, you're gonna fucking light that cunt up like it's Christmas. Once we're sure he's dead, Blue's gonna push. Yellow, you're gonna hold here for some reason with squad one and cover us. Blue's gonna push up, and then I don't know after that because that's what
So
I got
if you
told.
do the DC-6 downing, then make a focus CM.17
Yeah,
Omi sister piloted by
Grim said
elected
just leave
mercenary
machine
do the
gunners.
crime.
Yeah, but I want to leave Alex.
You know, I have a Magister and a DC6 in Midfield. Just saying.
Yes, but, hey, okay.
I'm just saying.
Let's line up, grab a tree, yellow team, blue team,
Move
get
into
ready,
position
fucking
now.
run.
Do you confirm my order?
That we are, that second squad is assaulting the BTR on the water tower, yep.
Hello, squad 2.
You're assaulting after you take.
Oh, squad 1, are you actually going to try to do something this time?
Yep.
We're going to be crossing.
It depends. It appears you're also in my position again.
First squad, are you ready?
Oh shit, dog.
First squad's ready. Kill me where you at. Kill me.
Squad, get
Right.
ready.
The
I
second
can't see
squad,
shit
ready.
from
You're
here.
gonna take green team and push
I
on that
can't see
building.
shit from here.
Okay.
You understand where the machine
Cross
gun section, right?
Wait, what? Okay, never mind. We'll push on it. You hold here.
He's going to be down in
Blue
like a
team
month. He's
push, blue
right
team
now.
push, blue team push, blue team
Green
push.
team, we are holding to cover. Green team, we are holding to cover.
Oh, it's 75 meters behind.
I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, they're coming out of this blue building.
I'm gonna move up to that rock on the edge of the tree line.
Yeah, I'll come with. I like.
Green boys, start suppressing the blue building. You want to make echo?
On the hill, on the hill.
Stoppage. Back in.
Green team move, green team move, green team move, catch up to red.
That's wrong, kill me. I find a retarded.
Green trying to tell me where to go.
Ceasefire, ceasefire.
Is that a friendly?
Oh no.
That's not a friendly. Two squad, let's go.
2 squad, let's get to that BTR.
No. It's Zeus PvE.
Right, spread out just in case someone pops up in front of us. What's up, Alec?
Probably not friendly.
Shoot near him, shoot near him.
Roger that. Is it
He's okay, he's
a
friendly.
large position
No?
or
Yeah, he's
is
friendly.
it dugouts?
What the fuck's he doing over there?
Dixon, you want to stay crap?
Yeah, we're running a couple AI mods which make them smarter than we are, debatably.
Down there. I would rather push from a different direction, to be honest.
Although, to be fair, you know, being smarter than the 345th is not a huge challenge most days of the week.
Watch out, there's a fortified position to the northwest. Get in cover.
Northwest, gotcha.
Oh, yes.
Take this house.
Second squad copies.
Where's that from?
Trade places, trade places, trade places.
Casual, get.
I want it
Dixon,
back.
what did we copy?
Where's Warwick?
Is right there.
There's Warwick.
Who's
Hello.
buddy?
Okay. Hey, Ross, can I have a machine gun back?
Asriel.
Huh?
Do you want this machine gun, mate? There's
Yes.
I've only got 2 more mags for it though that are full.
Give.
What are we doing?
There's a whole ass barracks to our
I'm
west.
feeding my boys. It's there on the ground. Grab mass fucking rifle ammo and rifle grenades off that.
Move.
Yo, I've got 18 mags for.
There's like an entire barracks over there.
Is there? Where?
Behind the berm.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there's a fucking.
Oh, yes.
I don't even want
There's,
to fuck
rifle
with you.
grenades on the ground.
Ah, there we are.
All my rifle
Troll base,
shit.
gotcha.
Northman, can we move around the BTR around to the right of this building and
Ben, are we ready to move?
I don't know what orders. Where move where?
Did move where to?
I can move.
Yes, we are able to move.
Kind of. It's not like
Well, back south,
one-to-one
it's
historical, but it's based heavily on the Angolan
we're
Civil War.
retreating. Yellow team, blue team on me.
Shit. Bad time to move, I think.
Second squad is unable to move at this time.
When you say retreating, you mean we're withdrawing directly in front of an enemy fucking barracks, right?
Yeah, throw smoke in.
Go, let's go east. Let's go east.
What's that?
Right, everyone ready? Everyone ready?
Yes, we have to be.
Right, pull east,
Pull
go down over the hill.
down
then.
this hill. Turn us
South.
down this hill.
Over the hill, over the hill.
Ah!
Right, we're in cover now, don't worry.
Move southeast.
And
Move
deflate.
southeast.
Keep moving southeast.
Reorganize the tree.
Are we not going to have our flyboy friends fucking flatten that compound? Okay, I guess we are. Good.
That answered your question.
That's artillery.
Does anybody need a mouse for 9 ammo?
Yeah.
I have plenty to spare.
That's good. Hey, yo, Bradley,
Do we know if
next
that's
tree.
our RC or their RC?
It's landing on their position, so it's presumably ours.
Probably our
Blue,
yeah.
yellow on me, we're going to the whistle.
Alright, let me just give you some of this.
Thanks.
Sort of stuff. No
Call
problem.
them on me. Call them on me. Then you're behind me. First
Right.
squad, form up behind. 2 squads.
Yellow, blue, on me.
First
Yellow,
squad,
blue, or no?
forming
Call
up
'em up, call
behind
'em up.
second squad.
Call them up. Don't worry about your
Call 'em up
colors.
behind me, guys.
Yeah, just get in a column, we'll just move in.
Faster.
We figure that shit out later.
Alright, first squad, hold here for like 15 seconds. Get organized into a column.
Slow
Get a bit of
jogging
space
to
here.
organize.
Alright,
So
move
everybody report in when you're organized.
The blue, yellow is just following you.
We have been told to reorganize and report in when we're done with that.
Yellow team, just wait a few seconds. Blue team, sprint. Yellow, go behind. You know the. Just
Okay.
smash until it's correct. There we go, all done.
Bradley,
Good.
double time.
Then we've been told to reorganize and
Alright,
report in when
it's
we
far
organize.
already.
Yeah,
Bradley, cut in front of me.
Grim, done. Blue.
Yeah, very good. Can first squad confirm that you're following 2 squad?
Yes. We're 30 meters behind 2 squad. Timo, tell them we're 30 meters behind 2 squad.
Azrael, how do you do, mate?
Roger that, we're fast jogging.
Fast jog, guys.
Fast jogging, pass it back.
Fast jogging.
Oh. But at least you got a machine gun. Oh, so that's who it was. It was you. We shot at you, near you, not at you, but just to confirm you're friendly.
Yeah,
Right?
him and
Was that
Water.
you? Yeah,
Yeah, it was
because
him and
I mean, if it wasn't us, Oh, did you come to towards the BTR position from the front of it? Yeah. Like, were you walking towards?
The answer is yes, Alex.
Okay, yeah. We might have given you a little.
Grim, what's happening now?
Did you do any friendly wiggle, like doing Q&E, left and right?
Yo, buildings
Okay.
off to the left.
Yeah, so that's you. We gave you a little warning shot.
Well, I think we heard it. Northwest.
Grim, do you want us to hold at the bottom of the hill so you aren't.
No, keep going.
Roger.
Keep spacing.
Oh, that would have been some. Oh no, I don't think that was us. That means.
Spacing.
Basic.
Do not break the line. Keep coming.
Yeah, a lot of moments like that in ArmA 3, to be honest.
You're going in a column formation across the field. Let us go.
Mate, we are following the leader.
Alright. My guys, let's get big spacing, big spacing.
This looks fun.
Formation across the field. Big spacing. Big space.
Double time.
Big spacing, double time.
Yeah.
Double time.
We're gonna let these guys get ahead of us first so we're not stacked up.
At the moment we're playing as the government forces, but it's because it's like a prelude to the campaign. When the actual proper part of the campaign starts, we'll be playing as Soviet forces, fighting on the side of the rebels.
Blue, yellow, left.
Right, yellow left, blue right, yellow left.
Basically,
Yeah.
form up
Blue,
behind
right,
2 squad.
yellow, left.
About 200 and 250 meters front from here.
Yeah.
Just that.
Yellow left.
Right.
Yeah.
Blue right, yellow left.
Checking with binos.
Yellow left.
Just spread out. Because if it sees one of us, it's gonna fucking kill all of us. So spread the fuck out. And we're gonna go slowly forward. If someone sees something, shout it out.
Scratch last, form up on our northern side, facing west.
This thing has no front iron.
Yeah, don't worry about that, mate.
Anybody got eyes?
No.
I got eyes.
I checked with binos too. Nothing.
Grim.
Alec has eyes. Alec has
Can we
eyes,
push
I have eyes.
west?
Alec.
Bearing 285. Barely picking up over the trench.
Eyes on, eyes on, eyes on. Confirmed.
Yeah, that's good for us. Ben.
Yeah.
Move towards position. Where are you, Ben?
I'm to your right. I'm literally just here, mate.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah,
Next to you.
yeah.
Over
go
there.
towards that hill. The ZU-23 position is basically over there.
Roger. We'll stay in
Move
definitely.
in
Can't
that
traverse
lane.
to shoot us from here.
Get
Right.
close to it.
Blue, yellow on me. Blue, yellow on me. We're moving northwest, bearing 285. 285.
Northwest, 285.
West is into its angle of fire.
First squad stepping off.
I would recommend not going
We're
column.
not going to go over the yellow defilade. We're staying behind it.
Yep.
It doesn't have
I
eyes
would
southeast.
I would strongly recommend not being in column right now.
But I've mentioned it like
Yellow team,
five
yellow
times.
team. Get into a safety
have to stay
formation
next
of
to
any
you,
of that you see
No,
fit.
yeah, I know that.
To the left of
We're
blue.
holding here. Grab
Hold.
a tree, but don't go further.
Yeah, just go up on this hill.
Just wait here, because I'm going to go forward a bit. Oh, can you see anything?
No, I
Yellow
don't.
team, grab cover. Prep for advance.
It should be
Ahead.
285, right?
There's a patrol, there's a patrol. It's
patrol.
heading from northeast to southwest.
Second squad is
Just past,
control, stay down.
just past the ZU now.
Crouch, 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 or at least get down.
What direction is the patrol?
They're heading
Northeast
west.
to southwest.
They're walking
Northeast
away
to
from us.
Southeast of the ZU position.
How many people, Alex?
Two, it's two of
I've
them.
got
Oh,
eyes.
Two
no,
man,
man, they're walking
northeast to
away from
southwest,
us.
two-man patrol.
no, four of them, four of them, four of them, four of them.
Correction, four-man patrol.
Can't fucking...
Yeah, they're heading west, southwest now. No, they're on the road.
Oh, I don't have angle, of course.
Southwest in
Copy.
the direction.
Go, creep up, get firing positions on the position, but keep eyes on the
Right.
patrol.
We're switching sides, blue left, yellow right. Because I'm going to guess we're going to be assaulting this fucking place soon. So yellow team.
We were just told to creep up and get firing positions on.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to get you all sorted first. Yellow team, on my right side.
Eyes on patrol.
So you can have the peak of the hill. Yellow, blue team, when we assault, we're going to go through the defilade on the south.
Understood.
That
Yellow
campaign
team,
went.
just try out, get eyes on that
Right.
fucking patrol.
Start creeping forward on your
Eyes
stomachs.
Second squad is creeping.
We could with this weapons pack, actually.
Alright, that's already manned.
You try to stay on your stomach so you don't get your heads blown off.
Yo, go prone, guys. Come on.
Right, one of you MGs want to take my position on this rock right here, you can see
turn
the
fuck it.
patrol.
Fuck it, I'm going to crouch. I'm at...
Copy.
I can run down.
I think I said it to
Stand
you.
by.
Yeah.
We in position?
Yeah, we're in fucking position.
Spread out more, guys. We're gonna get a single ZU shell is gonna take 3-4 people right now.
Don't think you
It
can
can't,
hit us.
yeah, it can't traverse to shoot us.
Quite literally, it can't hit us.
But
Alright. Should I radio in reset, Ben?
Yeah, radio that was set. We got yeah.
Second squad is set.
Everybody, get ready. I'll count down to 5. Fire on 5.
We're gonna count down. Fire on 5.
Fire
One,
up. Fire up.
2,
Fire up.
3, 4, 5.
It's in trench. You can't see the fucking bullet.
We're told to move into the west, Ben.
hello.
Stoppage.
Understood.
Back in.
Put some rapid fire on them boys.
Where'd that patrol go? Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Alright.
Go,
I think it blew itself up.
Ross, Alec,
Yeah.
move around the back of us to the left, to the southwest, grab positions, better positions, we're gonna head.
Zio exploded.
They threw a bomb in it, but
Machine gunners, move down there.
let's go boys. Alright, you know what? We're gonna move more south of them because we're gonna be bunched up, I think. But by the time we get there, it's all gonna be secure. When we get there, we're watching southwest. That shit has not been cleared yet, and northwest. We're gonna crest over. We're gonna push too far unless we really need to. Okay?
We'll go.
Awesome. Yeah, they seem to have secured the building anyway.
Green team's here. Green team, push round to the north side. Green team, push round to the north side.
Kill me for fuck's sake, you lazy guys.
I mean, it's only an issue because of the way games render stuff on a flat screen. In real life, they're not a problem at all.
Very good. Okay, well, we have no good position, so...
In fact, in real life, other than being kind of awkward, they're quite good because the magazine doesn't bump the ground when you prone out, and the gravity feed helps make sure it feeds reliably, doesn't jam up.
Yellow and blue north, man.
I'm about to say, Grim. Just hold here for a sec, do a 360.
There's a lot of things that games don't generally get right about guns. Like for instance the sights on this, because it's got aperture sights, in ArmA that kind of blocks my view. In real life that would be perfect. Like aperture sights in real life are fucking amazing, but in games they suck because they're not rendered properly.
Fuck it, build some trenches for a bit, have some fun, play in the sand. What?
I don't know.
Alright, I've got like
yeah, your assistant gunner can easily swap mags around.
That's good.
You're American, we already knew that. Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to move out of my line of fire.
Alright, big man.
The thing is as well, like in real life, a weapon like this, I would not be running around with it shouldered. I would probably be carrying it down by my hip instead.
Can I just,
I'm moving up, guys. Call them up. We're moving south.
Call them up. Let's go.
Where are we acquiring all these
Blue,
machine
yellow
guns
on me,
from?
stop digging. Blue, yellow on me, stop digging. We're gonna follow behind first squad.
Dropping.
On the
blue
bend.
first, yellow second. As per. Does anyone need any Mach 49 ammo? I've got like 20 mags.
20 mags.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to take a pee.
Alec, can you give me a couple mags?
Yeah, they're in my backpack.
Drop.
Alright.
Yeah, hold here.
Contact west.
Contact west.
Right.
I give you 5.
360.
I have 8 more.
360?
What's he?
Form up on the first squad's north side. Form up on first squad's north
Blue,
side.
yellow on me, yellow left, blue right, yellow left, blue right.
Second squad copies, moving
Line
now.
formation.
Yellow left. MGs stick to the left. Me and I like stick right.
Unless it's special occasion, yellow's left, blue's right.
Azrael, shuffle more left, shuffle more left.
Right, hold here, let everyone catch up. Do we have any idea of where the fucking enemy was?
First squad, interrogative. Do you have an approximate position on the enemy?
Staring at the Mexico.
Alec is just off, mate.
Guns up, actors are right in front of us.
Alright, yellow team spread out, come on boys.
Yeah, like, spread out like, they're using fucking rifle grenades every now and then.
Azrael, you got a big gun, doesn't mean you've got a big dick, get to the left. Left to the left.
Southwest? Alright, then orient
Right, we're moving southwest, yellow hold, blue,
Yellow hold. Take this time to confirm the spacing.
Yeah, fucking space up.
Yellow team, 228 yellow team. That's where we're heading. Soon, in a
Right.
moment.
Start pushing.
Go.
Southwest.
Alright, Alec, can you just get to the far left of Azrael?
I see a truck in the distance.
You got a truck?
5.
We got a truck.
It looks like to be unmanned.
Plane.
Thank God that's an 8-er.
Well, yeah, we'd be
Hold.
Hold.
Call that, I've got camionettes and infantry trucks.
Oh yeah.
Dixon.
I know, just break.
Trenches as well.
Break. Brig, second squad has the truck cam in a position, direct front, close.
Right, grab a tree facing southwest.
Southwest.
Grab a tree facing southwest.
AC.
Understood.
There's
Ben, that's
the
where we're supposed
fucking.
to be attacking.
Oh
Right.
fucking hell, that is a basin and a half.
Right, we're gonna keep pushing until we fucking get contact. When we get contact, yellow, you'll hold position, fly covering fire, blue will fucking push the cunts.
Understood.
Yo! Enemies, front!
Like that.
Standing in the open.
Yeah, yellow just grab some good positions. Ezreal, do you want to push up just a little bit? If you have
Stoppage. Back in.
Ross, if you like, you can push up if you don't see it.
Yeah,
Ross,
moving.
you- Yellow team.
We're taking front.
We got a position. We got a big position. North mid.
You got a good position.
Yeah, relatively to cover.
HE out.
So,
HE out. I want to fucking do that as well.
Very good.
Stoppage. Back
Let's
in.
regroup with Ben. Let's regroup with Ben to the west, southwest.
yellow team's coming to join us.
Oh, yeah, boys. Spread out,
Yeah,
spread out, yellow team.
Come
to cover.
Oh fuck, oh fuck.
Smoke, yellow smoke, purple smoke. I'll just throw purple smoke so people know we're here.
Oh shit, you got you. Yeah.
Stoppage.
On your left.
Back in.
Yo, what the fuck? Fucking smoke.
What's that position? Yeah, they got that.
Stoppage. I'm gonna move up.
Alright. Alright, we got friendly pushing up.
We got infantry in the trees with us. Watch south. We got friendly southeast.
Ben, I'm pushing up with you.
Yep. Just go tree to tree as much as you can.
I'm gonna get a grenade into that trench. I'm gonna get a grenade into that trench.
Yeah.
Grenade in, grenade in, grenade in.
They're on boxes. Oh, but I'm big on stamina.
Grenade in, grenade in. Grenade!
Grenade!
Jeez.
Oh, that was lucky.
Alright, second squad, so just leave it there.
That was a fucking good throw, Jesus.
Friendlies.
I didn't think that was gonna go in.
Good ass nade.
Yeah, he was. That's fucking real.
Shots
banger.
right?
Yeah.
Shots right. Northwest, northwest,
Alright,
shots
looks like it's
northwest.
Emil, radio in that the compound's secure.
I heard you.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
back and get
Does
the
he have
medic.
more ammo for me? He does.
My RTO's down, so
Oh, okay,
Don't
yeah,
bother.
that's fine.
yeah.
Those things full ammo, we need it.
Right.
Yo,
Blue,
we got
yellow,
a lot of ammo.
hold here, 360 up. Keep eyes on it.
I got west.
Where's the ammo?
Where's that?
It's on the opposite side.
Ben,
And there's also that there. Yeah?
what direction is your squad looking?
They're just going to fucking 360 on this
Yeah,
location.
take east, north, and west, if you know what I mean. We'll take the south, like east, south, and west.
Yeah, do that.
Squad
Right, blue,
one.
yellow.
We got
Grab
ammunition
the.
over here.
Grab a nice
I
position.
suggest you take as much
I did
ammunition
yell
as
out
you
to him
can
that there
carry.
was a grenade out.
Grab this
Like
position.
5
some rocks
times.
nearby.
What group is
You're
on me?
watching west, north, and east.
First squad.
Bullet.
Rotate, going over
Thank
to
you very
that
much.
the ammo cache and
Watching
taking shit,
south
but
and
rotate it.
west. One mech is to
Shots.
the rear somewhere.
Northwest.
I had emergency clash, but
Yeah, there's another position
Yeah,
northwest.
we got contact northwest.
There's another position
Keep an eye on that,
northwest. Ben.
No, position northwest.
Ben, there's another position northwest.
mate. Yeah. Oh, shit's sake.
Yeah, I saw 2 down. I saw 2 go down.
I'm grabbing him.
Another fucking setback to the
Northwest.
west.
Stoppage.
Understood.
Fix him.
Stand back to the
Tell him
west.
I'll meet him next to the ammo cache.
Stand
What?
back to the west.
Stand next to the ammo cache.
Where do you need a medic? Where do you need a medic?
I'll move over in a good field of fire here.
I'm taking it to the safe.
Magazine.
Oh, wait, what?
Try this up.
Okay, go.
I'm not gonna get a good one there either.
Yeah,
Take cover, take cover, take cover.
For gun position clearing out.
Hey, XM.
Squad 1,
Yeah.
I guess in like the maybe some focus on something else, you
Squad
know?
1, let's go.
Can't see shit.
With a nest over there.
Yeah.
Yo, Ross, how are you on?
Second squad here.
All right for now.
Be an enemy,
Okay, because there's an ammo cache just doing this.
Yeah.
Roger that. Make an attack on it.
Azrael, did you resupply as an ammo cache?
First squad seems to already be pushing onto it, so we're gonna hold here.
Oh, is it literally that one?
Yeah, it's literally just that there.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
just a
okay,
single
okay,
guy.
my bad then. Just hold here.
Just ensure you have one.
you get back.
Sorry, Grim, I was down.
Why
I
can
didn't
I
know.
not bipod all of a sudden? There we go.
Grim.
Yeah.
First squad and second squad decided that the second squad's going to hold west, north, east from here. They'll take south, west, and east on the opposite
Yeah,
side.
but I told them to move west.
Oh, okay.
Enemies north.
Enemies north.
Enemies north.
Enemies north.
Armed civilians!
Do not shoot rifle grenades.
Stoppage.
Rifle grenades are for tanks only.
Watch
Need
and
more
shoot,
mags.
watch and
Need
shoot.
more mags.
Ross bomb.
Yep.
What is
Big
Womack
Rock
went?
Fate east.
Yeah, those are for
Loot.
trucks.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we got fucking ambush shit.
Roger that. Do you have rifle grenades?
Yellow team, hold here. Blue team, we're on the south side. As I said before, rotate between yourselves, grabbing
That's
ammo
my
from the ammo
ammo.
cache. So blue team on me, blue team on me.
Roger that. On speed.
Guys, just a quick recap. Where did Womack went? Because I was shot and being bandaged and then
They went in a northwestern direction. Yeah.
There's a BTR 40 southwest west.
Oh, no, nice. Whatever.
Out in the field somewhere.
Eyes on, I saw it moving.
Yeah. Basically just be wary of that fucker. Oh yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, I got eyes on it. There. He's heading south.
Why is ArmA so fussy about this shit?
Yeah, no.
Okay, I did not need so much fucking rifle
Why
mags.
can't I back you though?
The fucking map randomly decided to start working again. Awesome.
Yeah, roger that. Hold position.
Weird.
Go ahead.
Probably because it's
I've
built on one of
I'm having lag or
these trenches.
Yeah.
Grumpy's moonwalking.
There we go. Crap field of fire though.
Right.
Oh, we nearly had it.
Everybody get in the foxhole.
Nope, we didn't have it.
We're getting foxhole.
What is there a fucking?
There's an airstrike inbound. Get in the trench. There's an airstrike inbound. Get in the trench.
Oh shitty.
Like, don't sit next to the fucking ammo cache.
I'm gonna go hop in the sandbags, my guy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just don't sit next to the fucking
no
ammo
problem.
cache.
This seems like a good place to be.
Yeah,
Red
we'll all die,
just
we'll all
go-
die
Don't
together.
go everybody in the
East
same thing.
Oh,
There's
don't
another
go here,
trench
but
east
also
side.
don't go there at the same time.
Spread out.
There we go. That's better.
Don't have any grenades.
These airstrikes
Ross.
can't phase us.
Ross,
Don't
should,
you don't do that.
Good days.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Ross, you should really
Why
pick up
can't
this
I
other
back you?
LMG that's on the ground instead of the
Basketball,
one
can
we
you confirm
brought
what
with
plan?
us.
What is it?
The
UK 5
Hold on.
yeah,
It's
UK
not back. It's definitely
59. It's so fun.
Roger that. Everybody
Yeah,
get
I
down.
know though. I'll stick with this for now.
There's lots of
Everybody get
more
down.
blood.
ammo in the thing for it as well, I
Stay
think.
down.
Yes, there's like 20 extra boxes in the ammo storage. I have like 10 on me.
Alright, so what's popping? What are we doing?
Waiting for the second run of the cast.
Eating our dicks.
But
What's the plan?
my glorious French machine gun.
Look at all those trees. They can...
Good effect on tree.
Was it only two? or... Okay, everyone's still standing.
Airstrike is complete.
Roger that.
Whee!
Everybody form up on the trucks.
Right, blue, yellow on me, blue, yellow on me.
Blue, yellow, and Ben.
Okay, sorry.
Is everybody fucking
Shots.
grabbed ammo?
Southeast.
Southeast.
Hold on, wait, man. There we go. I'm backing you though.
Ready to push them south. Everybody push south in a column.
Blue, yellow on me, blue, yellow on me, we're pushing south in a column. Blue first, yellow second.
Yep.
Blue first, yellow second.
Run.
Who's left in yellow? What's popping out like?
I'm right here. Huh?
You were detained, fuck you know, mate.
Somebody pop
First
the
one, you coming?
grenade.
Alright, well, Mac, depending which way this road goes, I think you're probably going to be
Very
right.
good. I'm so joking until everybody's sorted.
Yeah, I don't. Kill me. I have no fucking idea where we are.
Graham, do you want first, second?
Completely fucking
First, what, first, or
I don't
does
mind.
it matter? Okay, they're gonna be second then.
Just sort yourself out color-wise.
I'm pretty sure I was right.
Yeah, we're
There's a village bar.
our colours are segregated. Don't worry.
Village to the east.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You could have phrased that so many
Everybody
different
we're
ways.
fast jogging.
Yeah, and don't forget,
We're
kill
fast
me on
jogging.
the...
Fast jogging.
Fast
The
jogging.
coloured ones
Fast
at the back
jog.
of the bus. Don't worry.
The map is not always correct, I think.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Kill me. He did say that the map is not up to date.
Ah,
We're
shit.
gonna
No wonder I was 100
So those
meters
buildings
off
might
earlier.
be that
Yeah,
intersection.
you might have just added them.
Kill me. That patrol base close to where you circled is the one we dropped artillery on, and we moved a lot, way far north from that a long
Could be
time ago.
fair enough.
I don't know. I don't fucking.
So I have no idea, man.
Right, we're fast
Yeah.
jogging.
Oh,
now.
Where even are we on the map right now?
That's
Feels
it back.
weird. I usually
Fast
get that
jogging.
fast
Jogging.
Bit of it. Man, you are not far from correct, you know.
We are in effort.
Why do you know where we are?
Didn't you the man in the middle of the jungle? Shut the fuck up.
Presumably, command has some idea of where we roughly are because they're called in airstrikes.
Like guys,
It is possible to
get
call an
behind me
airstrike on
Don't
absolutely
jinx it.
nothing.
Spacing.
You know, I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, I know, but no, don't jinx it. Come on.
Vehicles.
Vehicle.
Southwest.
UAZ.
Audio.
Get out. Sandbags. Sandbags.
Hold. Blue
They're
right,
position
yellow left, blue
southwest,
right,
150
yellow left.
meters.
Blue right, yellow left.
Radio man.
Line.
Sandbag position southwest of our current position, 150 meters.
Southeast, come on.
Southwest. Radio tower.
Yeah, eyes on.
Enemy direct south.
Graham, are we
Enemy direct
assaulting?
south. There is an enemy position to our southwest. If we do that, we're gonna get
There's an enemy position south as well on the ridgeline overlooking it.
First squad,
Yeah.
move to the southwest and engage. Second squad, move to southeast.
We're
Right,
supposed to
we're
focus southeast.
focusing southeast.
Trucks moving.
Blue, yellow, southeast. Just as the contact southeast, I'm guessing.
Oh no.
Dismount.
Yeah.
Yellow team, get in some proper cover.
There's fucking positions all through here.
Blue, yellow, southeast, blue, yes, elevate.
Very good.
Oh shit.
Right, yellow hold here, blue's gonna fucking jump on that, and then we're gonna try and sweep around to the southwest. Blue's on me, blue on me, blue on me.
You see the pit in the low ground in front of us, right?
Yep.
Blue on me, unless you're medicing. Yellow team gives some covering.
Cool. We're covering.
Just cover.
Right, where the baddies at? Oh, I guess they killed something.
I'm moving up those rocks.
Yeah, let's go rocks. Where's Alec?
Yellow team on me.
Get to the bin.
We're pushing southwest, now we're gonna try and go around the left side.
We blast them.
Bradley, you needed a crim's position. Mark with white smoke.
Brad's not here, Brad's up there,
Three
medicate.
casualties.
Alex, do you remember where fucking Brad was?
Nope.
Okay, does anyone here know where Brad was?
Not a clue.
Except for me.
Next to me.
Yeah, he was up there. Basically where the smoke is.
I'm going.
No, he was meant to be someone. Just go up and tell him what he needs to do and come back. We're pushing southwest investigation. Blue yellow on me, we're pushing southwest.
Blue yellow on Ben. Treat to treat, boys. Yes.
I'm gonna throw some fucking blue smoke on us, I hope they fucking realise.
I heard enemy voices to the south-southwest.
Attack close. He's down, he's down.
Grenade in.
I'm popping blue on us.
Grenade in, grenade in.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm good.
Oh wait, XM5. Just barely missed me. Holy shit.
I'm taking that position.
Do that frag, thank you. You saved my life.
That was me. Fuck, that was a good throw. Hey, Steve.
Grab the cap because there's another one behind it.
Yeah, there's at least two. Oh, that's not what I meant to press.
Right, fuck it, hold you for now because I need to figure out where the fuck the rest of us are so I don't get a shot.
Watching it south. Oh, no, Alex is right there. I almost shot
Voice is close behind the tree. Oh, there's another position behind this tree.
Which tree? The big one right in front of us?
This one. Position behind it.
Green bush. That one. Green bush.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw someone throw a frag.
I just heard a guy yell out from it. We need another grenade in there. But I'm out, I think.
I've got some more grenades.
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, we're all losing connection. Just hold. Stay around the sandbags, don't move.
Desync. Oof. I forgot the 2429 had 2 triggers.
Either way, I enjoyed my company with all of you.
That's weird. This is the second mission in a row this has happened. I think, or not in a row.
To give you a heads
So
up.
we haven't had
if it does come
desync
back,
for a long time until just recently. I don't know why. Oh. In case it does come back, we'll try and grab those. Didn't have any fucking frag grenades though, which is what I actually need.
Hold. I think we're back. Cheering on the spot.
Hello, I'm
Oh.
speaking.
Yes.
No, you're to my left still.
Yeah, we're back.
Aha.
Are we back?
We're moving, we're back
Yeah,
in
'cause
action, boys.
I'm not sure we are because you're all.
Someone just got hit.
You hear me blasting?
Who's hit?
Where are you guys right now?
Oh, Jesus.
In the trench.
I'm just to your south, 5 meters.
Okay, there we go.
There's a car.
Yeah, we're back.
Oh.
There's a tank. Oh.
What?
On the crest of the hill, southwest.
Reloading.
Stoppage.
Are you baddies? Are you goodies? I don't know.
Those might be friendlies though. They have G3.
No, we got friendlies to the north by the looks of it.
Southwest.
Friendlies.
Check your ID first.
Are we sure?
Wait, let me throw them a little purple smoke as friendlies.
I don't think that's friendly.
They're AIs.
Yeah.
They look hostile.
I mean, they look like they're trying to. No, they're friendly. They're friendly.
Yeah. They have
Fire upon first. Use that rule for now.
Because they did say that they
Yeah,
have
we're
friendly dog.
Hold position.
Oops. I may have lit one of them up.
Yeah, I might as well.
Friendlies. Where am I?
Oh.
Never mind, the other squad's gonna light them up. Yeah, they're friendly.
Hello?
What the fuck's the smoke?
Where's Ben?
Hello?
He went off to yell at the other squad.
Guess he found Bradley.
Hmm.
Truck. Friendly
Yeah, it's all
MRAP.
friendly. Oh, I shot at that.
Hello. Oh, Dix is back. He's going now.
Were we supposed to stop, like, a convoy or something?
Shit,
Were we?
I thought you would.
We were supposed to stop something from
Brad had
escaping.
you. Come up to this
No.
yellow smoke here.
Oh, yeah,
No,
yeah.
I had
Well-
Brad.
I don't know if we did that or not.
We're holding here for now.
I don't think we let anything escape, to be honest.
Yeah, just hold here.
I did see
Just
when
put
we
him
were
down and then.
still separated when I was
Yep, you found Bradley.
No,
we were separated.
does it
I
look
saw
like he's on
a
my
truck
back? 'Cause it's
driving
not.
away from the town.
No, yeah, he's on your back, mate.
No, he's not. I can fire my
I
gun.
think we won now.
Oh shit!
So
It's bugged. It's bugged.
where's Brad?
What are they engaging?
Is Brad around me? Is he somewhere here?
I mean, he's on the Dixon. Dixon.
You see, that's what I'm seeing.
He's not though. I can't drop him.
Dixon, are you injured?
that, Alex.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take a prisoner, see if it'll.
No, Ben, he was trying already.
He's like,
Okay.
he has no animation. He's like, I have no idea how to explain it even.
It's because I was in the process of picking him up when the server desynced.
It might be fixed if you like if someone like shoots you and then the leg pushes.
Doesn't matter.
Hey!
Don't shoot. Always don't sit each other.
Yeah, it's a message.
That's like a 60% success.
I'm just saying, man. C's
Hell
get
yeah.
degrees.
Yeah, makes sense.
Also, a 60 is an F, not a C.
Yo!
Wasn't gonna say that, but
We
here we
shot
are.
a lot of people.
Yes, you did. I hope you had a good time. Weird hiccup there towards the end. I think Slick managed to crash out. Did everyone just stop moving, like running in place?
I was
Yeah.
down, I don't know.
No, because I was continuing to pick Bradley up, so then he just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, there was a desync near
endless
the end.
Yeah. So I've seen which message it is that runs. I'm going to see what causes it, but for now I do not know what to say or what to do. The only thing I know is it happened this time when you were near an RHS vehicle, and it happened last time when we were near an RHS vehicle.
Removing RHS from the mod pack confirmed.
Yeah.
No, please don't.
totally. Who needs RHS anymore when we have the few World Armory stuff, am I right? No, but I will take a look at that. We shall see. Yeah, this is the end of the prequels. When I come back from Murky Land, we will start the campaign proper. I hope that you supply as much feedback as possible with what you've done thus far, not just this mission, but all of the Africa prequel stuff, because that will very much decide how we play the campaign to come. There are not going to be that many missions in it, but still. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed.
Very nice, very nice.
Very nice.
That was very fun.
Disconnected from your channel. Disconnected from your channel.
I
Who
will
was
have
it that shot Azzy, by the way?
to reset my alarm.
Where was Azzy?
So that I don't miss the start.
In the beginning, in the artillery, there was a situation in which there was friendly fire, and supposedly Azzy just got shot once. But I saw Ross check his body, and he had more than 16 bullet wounds on
He
him, or
was
something like that.
fucked.
He was beyond
Damn.
saving.
Yeah, I got fucked by a sandbag.
Yeah, by the way, in the beginning,
I gotta get going. I'll see y'all.
See ya.
in the beginning, I saw that some people were getting kicked as well.
I typed Y to call you because I got fucked by a sandbags.
Yeah. Was that at the beginning of the mission?
Yes, yes.
How?
Please check your targets because second squad let
For-
the fuck up out of first squad constantly in a D30 howitzer engagement.
For what it's worth, whoever did shoot Azrael, it was fucking fantastic shots. They all hit dead center of mass. His chest was like gone. He didn't have a chest anymore.
I think I'm looking at
the worst friendly fire incident in a 345.
I'm looking at the post screen and it says your kills friendly units Azrael. So
No, it says that. It says that for everyone. It says that for everyone. I think
Oh,
who's
to
in the
say it for
squad.
everyone.
In the
No,
squad,
it
yeah.
doesn't for
Well,
me,
it does for
so-
me too, and I didn't shoot him.
I mean, I think Ben got my favorite kill.
I mean, I did.
I was gonna say, it sounds like we all shot him once.
Yeah,
I'm saying, Ben, I'm still not forgiving you for just slotting me like that.
Wait,
Mate,
did he?
I shot 3 fucking guys there, and you peeked your head around.
I'm there wiggling. Ben just walks up, slots me in the head.
No, you're not. You weren't wiggling. You weren't wiggling. You literally peeked, and I blasted your face.
In my own objective. You weren't even meant to be in that objective. You're there stealing all my
You were
fun.
too fucking slow.
Very nice. So on the whole, did you guys feel like this was... Is this the kind of mission you would want to play more than once?
Yes.
Because you've done a paradox twice now.
Yes.
Yes.
I found that very fun.
Define like again.
This type of mission.
There's never enough power drops.
I
You're
would
getting...
a
you're
little
going
more
to get towards
advanced
CC
weapons and
armors.
radios would be nice as well.
Ah, more advanced radios. Get them, guys.
And you know, other stuff like that.
You want personal radios?
You know, more personalized items always welcomed.
User has been banned from your channel.
I don't think Africa had radios at the squad level, let alone personal level in the 1970s.
Hey, you said what I would like, and I'm saying now.
I believe that we should move forward with only using whistles and smoke, including at the company
Like the
level.
good old days.
Welcome back
Yes.
to Altus.
I'm going to run forward to you as the Zeus and scream at you to do certain things.
Yes.
That is how we're going to play this. Yeah.
No. We're gonna do it wrong and we're gonna do it hard.
Yeah.
Isn't that how
I'm
we
gonna
normally
grab-
do things?
Always.
No, I enjoyed these types of missions though. I think the one that didn't go so well was the one we were playing as the rebels, right? The Somali Liberation Front.
Yes, it didn't. There were very many bugs with that I managed to
I feel
iron
like
out
the
this time.
primary reason that didn't go well is because we decided to assault like an entire company fucking position.
Yeah, but then
I
also
think-
before that, we just kept getting blown to pieces by rifle nades.
Yeah, I basically removed rifle grenades from every single AI. What happened last time, I'm not sure if you remember me saying it, but something wrong happened with the Zeus interface, which meant that every single time that I corrected someone's loadout, it just reapplied their old loadout afterwards. So they never lost the rifle grenades.
Yeah, I remember you saying this.
It was a hell of a ride.
Yeah, but I think definitely this one went a lot better. Like, it was a lot more fun. As well, like the pacing was really good.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to grab the admins. I hope to see the rest of you on Discord soon again. But for now, thank you.
Cool.
Kisses.
Thank you, Brent.
Catch you later. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a short break. I will be back in a few minutes, and we will see what's going on in DCS. If Alpins has people in it, we'll jump in there. If Enigmas has people in it, we'll jump in there. And then later on we'll probably do some more MSFS, because I want to do some gliding today. So I'll be back in a little while.
Dceru a půl jezede, Jožin Spážin, močálem se blíží, Jožin Spážin, k vesnici se blíží, Jožin Spážin, už si zuby brousí, Jožin Spážin, kouše sa jerdousí, na Jožina Spážin, koho by to napadlo, platí jen a pouze praškovací letadlo. Říkám, dej mi předsedo, létadlo a prášek, Jožina ti přivedu, nevidím v tom háček, předseda mi vyhověl, ráno jsem se vznesl, na Jožina z letadla, prášek pěkně klesl, Jožin Spážin, už je celý bílý, Jožin Spážin, z močálu ven pílí, Jožin Spážin, dostal se na kámen, Jožin Spážin, tady je s ním amen, Jožina jsem dohnal, už ho držím johoho, dobré kaštelové, prodám já ho do zoo.
Thanks to the Prime Sub Potato. I'm just grabbing some breakfast, so I will be back on again shortly, guys.
Rearming complete. Ground air supply is now connected.
Yeah, I'm just getting it set up. It's going to be a few minutes yet, because I don't want to burn the roof of my mouth out. Alpin's is pretty quiet at the moment because Combined Arms is busted, but people are starting to join, so if any of you feel like playing, now would be the time. So I'll probably fly on here for a bit, just as long as the server stays populated, and then we'll hop over to Enigmas, where red is outnumbering blue quite badly, and last I checked they were pushing past Sanaki. So once Alpin server starts to quieten down again, we'll probably hop over there, and I might, maybe, possibly try and get an F-14, and I'm going to suck horribly at it and probably die right away, but we'll see how we go. It's been a long time since I've flown it. I have yet to get a PvP kill with an 9B in the F5 since they changed it, but I have got a couple with it in the Sabre. I bagged a pair of MiG-21s the other day. Oh shit! Cheers for gifting those subs, Lumber. Appreciate it, man. Good to see you, by the way.
систем. Смотри экран. Отказ систем. Смотри экран. Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Hey, Lush. I don't have requests on Marius. Because I don't want to have to... Like, the main issue is, if people request shit that gets the videos blocked on YouTube, it's a pain in the ass for me to edit the songs out, so... I don't do the song request thing. I'd like to be able to do it, but it's a pain in the ass. Maybe once I figure out how to separate the audio out for the stream so that it doesn't save in VODs, I'll be able to do it. Hello. Right, there we go.
Apply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
Hey, Cathorius. Oh, man. Right, hopefully I can actually wake up now. I literally, like, rolled out of bed and jumped straight into ArmA, because I didn't realize I'd forgotten the whole daylight savings thing. So I'm not quite with it yet.
Supply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
No, I'm on Alpins at the moment. I'll probably hop on Enigmas a bit later on. Let's get my tracker readjusted as I fidget around. Man, I'm just waiting for all the people that are, like, cooming over the F4 to actually get their hands on it and realize they fucking hate it. Like, I'm gonna love it. The F4's gonna be awesome. But there are some serious expectations that need to be managed in the DCS community, I tell you what. You guys all remember, like, when the Tomcat first came out, and me and Pom were saying that the Phoenix was gonna suck if they ever actually fixed its performance for, like, low altitude shots like people do. It'd be fine up high, but for low altitude shots people do, it was gonna suck. Well, I mean, it only took them about 3 years, but I told you so. Just like the, I fully expect the 530 to suck at low altitude as well. It'll be fine up high. The 530F, that is, the 530 original model's gonna suck everywhere. Look, if they want to do air to air with a Phantom, I'd be asking for an F4J, not an F4E. I'm taking the cart with me, fuck it. Yeah, very rude awakening with the 23. Very rude. Shit, which end of the runway am I on? Whatever, we'll go this way. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great turner, but it's not an awful turner, really. Well, with the slats, without the slats, it's pretty fucking miserable. But it has shit visibility. The radar's not going to be that good. It has relatively questionable G limits, unless it's clean. And I don't know how its acceleration is going to be, but I kind of suspect that it's not going to be that great. It won't be bad, probably, but it won't be that great, because it's a very, very thick aircraft. A lot of power, but a lot of drag as well. Oh my lord, that is a short runway. Okay, so we want a little more back trim for that airfield. Good to know. Good to know. Good grief. Alright. Just fucking ramped it off the end. It's fine. Okay, let's get the radar up and running. Oh my, that's a bit bright. Let's turn the intensity down a little. Hair dries covered me in sand. Yep. Yeah, there's a bit of a panicked pitch up there, but we got away with it. I've realized now that I've got the mill afterburner detent set up too well on the new throttle for the F5, so I'm actually a lot faster than I expect to be. I think on my Warthog it was... Are you serious? The fucking gyro's off already? I think on my Warthog it was a little off, so I had a bit of play before it actually hit the mill power detent. In this, it sits right on it, so I'm gonna watch myself when I make hard turns at low altitude. I had my first ever wing rip the other day. My one and only 100% guaranteed wasn't a rotor collision wing rip in the F5 against Davey. Because I was coming out of a power dive and I didn't realize how fast I was. $15,000, pretty high. Yeah, I'm sitting below mill power. Now I'm on mill power. Look at that, nearly 500 knots at this altitude. Fuck, that's quick. You know, whenever people say this thing's a bad fighter, uninspiring, sure, like I always say, it's the fucking Toyota Camry of Cold War fighters. But bad? Not a fucking hope, dude. This plane slaps. Be careful, I don't want to get an R3R here. Ooh. Shit. That was the worst possible time for me to look away from the scope. I lost sight. And I've still got a bag on, which I need to get rid of. $192 for 3. 15,000. Hello? There you are. My useless F5 radar. Ma can't see anything. Slightly below my nose. Should be right on the nose. Somewhere. Hello. Not in range, though. Oh, there you are. Hello. Don't you fucking trim me like that. Fucking warthog. That'd be a 21. That'd be a 21 trying to fuck my airfield, I think. There should be a Hawk sight down there. I'm pretty sure I saw Hawks as I took off. Oh, yeah, he's dead. Denied my kill. Denied my kill by air defense. Oof. What even was that? Was that a fucking Stinger or something? DCS models proximity fuses, it just fucking does it badly. Also, the netcode fucks them. They are modeled, but like a lot of them, the range is too short for detonation. And because of the way the netcode works, it looks like missiles hit or pass through without going off, when really they actually miss. Yeah, it does. It proxies off the pilot's head as well. And it seeks the pilot's head. Everything is based on the pilot's head. It's fucking stupid. It's probably a Hawk that got him from the other island, because I didn't see a smoke trail, so it's probably in terminal guidance. Or like after fucking Sustainer burned out. See the hack YouTube video about DCS? No. I've heard people talking about it, but I haven't seen it. I mean, the fact that people cheat in this game is not a revelation to me. I've seen it personally. Not very often, though. It's so rare. I think if people start making a big deal out of it, it's actually going to make the problem worse. They should have just not said anything. Because now people are actually going to realize, oh, I can do that? I'm going to go do that now. Like, they should have just stayed fucking stum about it and not brought it up. Maybe gone to ED and reported whatever it was they were doing, but not fucking to the community, because, like I said, it's drawing attention to something you don't want to draw attention to, right? But Pom and I have both seen somebody overtly cheating on Growling Sidewinder. Like, not even editing lure to get weapons their plane shouldn't have, but overtly, like, game-breakingly cheating. And I think, I can't remember if I caught it on stream or if Pom did, but one of us was streaming when this happened. I think it might have been Pom. Yeah, I'm on Alpins at the moment. Oh, hello. What is this? You know how much everyone says don't use the F5 radar, it's useless? Wow. Wow, so useless, guys. Look at this fucking thing. 043 for 14. Saber. Okay. That would be what I'm looking at right now. Once he is a little closer, I'll go ahead and hit ACK on him. Got him. Oh my god. I just gotta be careful because there's Kub sites around here. Song fucking slaps. Okay, he's gonna be slightly above the nose. Head on, I gotta watch out for an R3R. So we'll do a little bit of pre-merge maneuvering. There he is, I see him visually. It's a 19. Okay, we don't have to worry about an R3R. And he just gave me a 6, because he probably saw the Saber instead of me. So we'll wait for tail aspect here. Proper tail aspect, I mean. Oh no, he was hot aspect to me, never mind. Fuck, I hate when they fly over cities. That's when I always lose people. Okay, I can see a smoke trail. Turn left. Go left. Help me out here, buddy. Go left. Nah, he ain't gonna. Need the Saber here to help me out. Yeah, there's the Saber. Oh, good hits, buddy. Good hits. Saber, go left, draw him off. Disregard, he's staying with me. I'll keep him busy for you. There's proof. I'm a little slow here. I want 400 knots, not 300. We're gonna unload, slowly start pulling again around 370. Oh, yes, yes, yes! He's turning away. 2 aircraft here. Oh, there's a Vigan here as well. Gonna have a missile shot here in a second.
Copy, let me know if you need me to back off.
Yeah, look out.
Okay.
Box 2. Might not track. Yeah, gave it bad aspect. Oh no, it hit him.
Oh, good kill.
Surprised that hit.
Something else with us here?
Yeah, Vigan. D-fresh as fuck. Thanks for the follow. I assume that's what that stands for. Yeah, boy. Yeah, it went dead in. That was fucking beautiful. That's how you shoot an AIM-9. That is how you fucking shoot an AIM-9. What's the fucking hit rate for the 9P5 on Enigma server? It's like 40 fucking something %. Bro, if you can't achieve more than 60% with an AIM-9 P5, just uninstall. Honestly, oh shit, hello. 295 for 2 call out.
Somebody just died on my nose.
Yeah, it's probably the Vigan getting deleted. Or he deleted somebody, I can't tell which. I've lost... Hang on, I've got radar lock on something, but I've got no tally on anybody. Yeah, I see him. Take him high if you can.
Copy, you're not aware of me right now. About to merge.
Okay, yeah, I'm above him. He stayed vertical with me.
Copy, coming out.
I'm going to take him into a right-hand turn. Pulling a little hard here. Alright, I gotta defend, he's pulling into me.
He's off, I think, maybe?
Yeah, he's off, he's off. I don't have any energy, though. Might have a shot. Yeah, I got a shot here. It's gonna be long, though.
Okay, I'm off.
Ah. Come on. Should be good. Smash, got him.
Nice, good kill.
We're getting pretty close to Casham Airfield. I'm gonna egress south. Or, yeah, southwest. Took an uncharitable screenshot of your face. God damn it. Why are you guys like this? Yeah, AIM-9 range is ridiculous. Dude, at high altitude, it's almost BVR.
Those guys, but I'm not used to these being, like, good.
Yeah, they're fucking amazing. I got a pair of 21s with them on Enigma server the other day.
Nice.
Check G-meter. I know I pulled 9. I frequently pull 9 in this jet. Or I'm guns only at this point. In fact, I might do a cheeky RTB to grab some more sticks.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen 15-kilometer frontal shots as well at high altitude. I was in a pursuit I think it's actually clipped on here. I was in a pursuit a couple months ago on Alpines after a MiG-21 who was in burner. I climbed up after him, so he had a head start. I climbed up after him in the F5 and yeeted a 9P at him because I thought there's no way this will catch him, I'll just send it and fucking go home. I sent it, and as I was split-S-ing back to fly home, I look over my shoulder and I see flaming wreckage falling down. It fucking hit him. Like, the AIM-9 has such good range, it's ridiculous. You know, it does have its disadvantages. It doesn't like turning close range, which is where the R60 really shines, but man, I don't understand how anyone can complain about the AIM-9. Like, literally spend 5 minutes learning what good shot parameters look like, and you will never miss with that weapon. You will never ever miss with that weapon, unless it goes for a flare. And even with that, the 9P and 9P5 both have quite good flare resistance. Don't you give yourself away when acquiring an enemy plane? Not really, no. The MiG-21's radar warning receiver is pretty rudimentary. Most people don't know how to use it. Even, like, I know how to use it, but 90% of the time it's not really that helpful because it gets overloaded quickly. The MiG-19 has a rearwards-facing radar warning receiver that only tells him when he's being locked, and it only sees directly behind himself, and it's not even fitted in all missions, so basically they have no situational awareness of when they're being locked, and even if they do, it's not going to tell them much. The whole idea that DCS players have of, oh, don't use your radar, it gives away your position, is garbage. It's garbage. This is your primary sensor. If it wasn't useful, it wouldn't be in the fucking plane. I get a bigger advantage from seeing where they are on the radar scope than they get from knowing that I'm blocking them. By far. Especially because, like, I'm really bad at spotting stuff, so I can lock them up with the radar and I can just put that little contact right there in the middle of the scope, and I know he is in my gun sight. Even if I can't see him, he is directly in front of me. Hey, Tricker! Good to see you, man. We just splashed a pair of 19s. Can I... Whoops, that's not what I meant to do at all. Can I make this landing without ending up in the drink? Yeah, don't use it kind of makes sense if you have, like, Link 16 and somebody else is being the donor for all your SA. Like, then you can turn your radar off. It's still better to have it on. It's always best to have your radar on, but you can turn it off then. But in these planes with no data link, no external SA, you need that radar on, or you're putting yourself at a serious disadvantage. Hey, Roundabout. Oh, it's gonna be so good, dude. I think it's gonna cause so much salt. What's the thing attached to my headphones? It's a track IR. So it has these 3 infrared LEDs on it. There's a camera next to my webcam that looks for those, and it uses the position of them relative to each other to figure out where my head's pointed. So I can just look around, and it moves my view in game. Truly, we live in the future. Although if you know about the helmet sighting system on the MiG-29, the Su-27, this is basically the same technology. Pretty much the exact same thing. Just a little less chunky. This is a very short runway, so we're going to need a parachute here for sure. We're a bit slow. Actually, we're pretty close to on speed. Go to flight idle. I've still got the air brakes out because the F5 tends to float. And I don't want to float with this length of runway. Which AIM-9 version does the Vigan have? It has the RB-24, which is an AIM-9B. It has the RB-24J, which is an AIM-9P3. equivalent to the AIM-9P on the F5, and it has the RB74, although that's restricted on both here and Enigma server, which is equivalent to an AIM-9L. What throttle and joystick? My stick is a Thrustmaster Warthog, which is on its way out. I need to replace it, and my throttle is a brand new Virpil T50 SM3. Give it 7 units of trim instead of my usual 6 because this runway is so short. There might be a keybind that swaps the keyboard input or like the language or something roundabout. I think I've had that bug once and it was because I bumped a weird key combo without realizing it, but I can't remember what did it. I'm not sure exactly what Papa sub-variant these are, Koti, but it's all the same to me. They're all better than R60s in anything except close range turns, so kinda irrelevant. We're actually not going to bother with the belly tank. I don't think we're going to need it, because we're so close to the enemy at this point. It saves me having to worry about jettisoning that. Alpins? Yeah. Yeah, I'm on Alpins. Do you do sorties? What do you mean? Like... In a general sense, yes, every time I fly I'm doing some sort of sortie, but... Talk OS into making incorrect models to attack shit? I mean, I just shot down a pair of MiG-19s. I usually fly air-to-air, I sometimes fly air-to-ground. But yeah, I'd say probably just before you arrived, I got into a pair of dogfights and shot down a pair of MiG-19s. The server's slowly filling up. Look, I'll say this, Polar. If I could put AIM-9Ps on my MiG-21, I would. I absolutely would. The R60's nice, but I'd rather have an AIM-9. Now, if we had a sort of early 70s weapon set without the R60Ms and without the AIM-9Ps and stuff, like if we had R13s versus AIM-9Ds, that would be awesome. R13Ms versus 9 Deltas would be amazing. Also, US Air Force, some polite company stands for Air Force. Yep. Yep, understandable. Really, to bind and learn the F5. It's... Honestly, it's pretty easy to bind up and pretty easy to learn, so definitely do it. Have to program the new clouds to react to nukes. I'm totally behind that, honestly. Totally behind that. $102. Jesus, where did everybody come from? Hey guys! Alright. We are now rearmed, so let's get out of here. Razesh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm on Alpins. It's been kind of quiet since the last patch, partly because everyone's flying the Apache and partly because Combined Arms is fucked at the moment. So, all the usual ground gremlins, me included, have been kind of not playing as much. Because it's just frustrating to deal with the CA bugs at the moment, but looks like the server's starting to fill up today. So we'll spend a while on here, I think. Oh, I forgot my nose gear. Shit. Probably not meant to hit that switch while rolling, but it's fine. Hey, there we go. We actually had runway to spare that time. Yeah, I might not have. I thought I did, but maybe I forgot it. I mean, I literally rolled out of bed and launched ArmA, so I'm not quite awake yet. While flying is indicated to open the cockpit to have a smoke if you're stressed out. There might be a few warnings against doing that in Flight Manual. Just a couple. You could probably get, well, I mean, it's not a good idea because fire and aircraft don't mix, but you could probably get away with it in a helicopter. Something like a Huey or a Mi-8, you just open the side window and stick your head out. This thing, opening the cockpit might be inadvisable during flight. Or you'll become a convertible. I see what people mean about this gyro. I don't remember it being this bad. Like, it was always a little bit skewy, but I don't remember it being this bad. This is ridiculous. There's no way the gyro should tumble that easily. Also, lack of research on any of the aircraft, or even a lot of the ground units. Like, the flight models are fucked. A lot of the technical details are wrong. 453 for 30, he's basically off the nose. We won't see him yet, because I've got the radar set to 20-mile range. Once he comes a bit closer, we should pick him up. I shouldn't be able to see him when he's below me very well. Maybe kind of if there's a small difference in height, but at the moment, the F5 radar is not as limited at look-down as it should be. You can basically use this thing as a look-down, shoot-down radar if you know what you're doing with it, which is kind of ridiculous. I think it's time for a rework of basically all the old pulse radars in DCS in general. Like, the Mirage has set a new standard for all radars, but especially the pulse ones need looking at, because they're just fucked. Absolutely fucked. Do you use rudder pedals? Yes, I do. MFG crosswinds. I cannot recommend them highly enough. They are fucking amazing. I originally had Thrustmaster TFRPs, which broke on me almost immediately. They were terribly noisy sensor-wise, like they were just unusable. So, yeah, like, crosswinds are really expensive, but holy fuck, they are worth the money, and you will never ever need to replace them. Buy quality, buy once. That has been my harsh lesson in sim gear. Surprisingly, I'm not actually picking this guy up. Ah, because he's climbed. That would be why. There he is. We lost him. Which means he's either climbed or dived significantly. There he is. He's kind of popping in and out of... There we go. Yeah, you keep doing that. Acquire. We're going to need to fiddle with the antenna a little to get the elevation right. There we go, we got him. The F5 radar's a little finicky. You need to wave the antenna up and down to actually lock somebody sometimes, but once you get them, it's worth it. Yeah, never buy modern Thrustmaster. Thrustmaster build quality is trash. They use the cheapest possible components. They charge you out the ass to replace the components when they break. It's just not worth it. Buy Verpal. Buy MFG. I hear VKB is good as well. I've heard mixed reports about Winwing, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're probably still better than Thrustmaster regardless. There he is. That is a fucking hind? Where's the other guy then? It lost him in ground clutter, but that's okay, because I visibly see him. We're going to go ahead and spend a missile on him, just because those things take a long time to kill with guns. Oh, he flared it. Did get some good hits there. Oh! He had a friend. He had a friend. Bit of a jump scare there. He had two friends. That's a 21 chasing a 19. Shit. And he's still going. God damn it. No, that was an R3S, I think, off the MiG-19.
Request rearming. Copy.
I mean, you probably saw it better than me. I barely had time to register the fact that there was a missile coming at my face. Try to use the AP. Oh god, the Sergeant York. The fucking Sergeant York. Oh no. You know what the Sergeant York was really good at picking up? Fucking ventilation fans on portable toilets. Oh man. That is like my favorite Cold War military procurement dumpster fire. Okay, well, he's waiting for me to take off, I guess, so we'll go. What do you recommend to start off playing DCS? Module-wise, something like the F5 or the MiG-19 or the MiG-21 or one of the trainers. Don't get one of the modern fly-by-wire jets unless you have prior flying experience, either real life or in other high-fidelity sims. If you're coming to this game from something like War Thunder and you get the F-18 first, like Reddit tells you to, you will never become a good pilot because it will teach you a lot of very bad habits, which might work in the F-18, but if you jump in an F-5 or a MiG or something, it will kill you. So, if you're coming to the game from World War II, like good World War II sims like IL-2, you can probably just go straight to the fly-by-wire stuff if you really want to, but I would strongly recommend the older jets for getting the hang of DCS. The systems are much simpler, so it doesn't take as much study to master the aircraft. They're a lot more hands-on, so you have to develop actual skills instead of just, you know, flip through MFD pages. The F-14's reasonable, yeah. Like, the F-14's actually a good mix. Because it's easy to learn to fly it, and there's not a lot for the pilot to do, but if you want to delve into how the systems actually work, you can start flying Rio for people. So the F-14's a good starter as well, I think. But Hornet, Viper, any of that stuff, no. FC3 is good to have, but I wouldn't start with it. Because it gives you a false expectation of what the other modules are going to be like. And it's also very oversimplified in a lot of ways. What's that near one? 094 for 22 or something? Flaming Cliffs 3 is good to own. Absolutely get Flaming Cliffs 3, but do not buy it as your first module. Or if you do buy it with your first module, but not as your first module. Don't use it as like Babby's first flight simulator because it's not going to give you a good impression of what DCS is. Giving that a little too much. But it's definitely worth having FC3. And out of all the FC3 aircraft, the Su-25 and the MiG-29 are the best two. They're not like the most meta, but they're the most fun to fly, and they teach you the most important piloting skills. The F5 is a really solid starter, yeah, for sure. What you set up, flight stick, etc. So I've got a Thrustmaster Warthog stick and a Virpil T50 SM3 throttle. I would not recommend Thrustmaster. You're paying too much money for too low a quality these days. I would recommend Virpil, VKB. You could try Winwing, but I have no personal experience with them. Look, the good gear, the Virpil stuff is more expensive, but it will last forever. The Thrustmaster stuff, you're paying almost as much for something that's going to break within a couple of years, if that. So I would not recommend Thrustmaster anymore. Now, I know not everyone has the same experience as me, where their shit breaks right away. Some people have had Warthog sticks that last for 10 years or more. But if you fly a lot, especially if you fly fighters a lot, it's gonna break sooner or later. And it's expensive to replace or get fixed, so I would rather just buy the good shit to begin with, frankly. I'm surprised I can't see this guy on radar. Should be off my nose somewhere. We're gonna get merged here in a minute. Clean? Uh-oh. Ambush incoming, I think. Yeah, you could also get like a T-16,000, which a lot of people do, but oh my god, that is at least 2 aircraft. But again, beware, it's going to break really quite soon. The T-16,000 in particular is pretty well known for breaking. Oh my lord, what is going on here? Trails are hind. Okay, looks like Proof just bailed out that other F5. Do I have front aspect or tail aspect on him? Tail aspect. Boom! It's a dead hind. MiG-19 still up. Missile out on the 19. Splash. Hind's down as well. There's Proof. I don't see where the other F5 went. I don't think they're for me. You and Alpin allow R60 for hinds? I would certainly say yes. I don't know what Alpin would say, but I would say yes. I don't think they're going to be as broken or overpowered as people think. Like, at the speed a hind flies, the fastest they're going to launch those things is about 300 kilometers an hour. From 300 kilometers an hour, the R60 barely has any range, especially against a jet running away from you. I don't think it's going to be that broken. I mean, maybe it will turn out to be better than I expect, but I really don't think it's going to be a big deal. So I would definitely say we should have them. You know, sure, Blue don't have anything equivalent for self-defense on their Hueys, but the Huey is a much smaller, harder target to see and a harder target to hit. Hinds are fucking massive, especially with the LOD bug, so they're kind of vulnerable to fixed wing. Chat screen's occupying the left side of the center panel. Yeah, I know it is. That was probably the other F5 getting fucked by a Cub site. Oh shit, hello. What's this? Is that Proof? That looks like another helicopter. I think that's a hind. Do I risk it? There's Sam's under him. Oh, he's gonna fucking ATGM me if I'm not careful. I'd say that's probably what he's trying to do. He's looking right at me. Oh. Another hind just came out of Cashin. That low, because that Cub's gonna open up on me pretty shortly. Okay, he knows I'm here, he's turning into me. He's probably going to try and gun me with a 30mm. I'm too close for an ATGM. We got a hit. Probably not a very effective one, though. This is pretty foolish what I'm doing here, because if he turns around, he can potentially 30mm me in the face, and I'm very slow and having trouble maneuvering. Plus, I'm near a SAM net. But we'll see what we can do about him. Oh, he did hit me with the 30 mil. I knew that was coming. We hit him as well. Not enough to kill him, though. I'm actually impressed that did not kill me, because that is a big gun. We're going to extend out. We're going to make some maneuvers, because he's almost certainly going to try and get an ATGM shot at me as I egress. He's actually firing his 30 mil at me again. He probably still sees me. What I would like to do is get above him and attack from above, because he... Oh, that was an ATGM! He nearly fucking hit me. Because that would be safer for me, but Keshan's right there. I'm gonna get lit up by SAMs. Careful, that Hind's very close to their SAM net. Also, he's very trigger happy. Had to abort out of that attack. Good kill. Oh. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm not sure what got hit on my plane. It's feeling a bit rolly, so maybe I've lost a stab, potentially, or part of my vertical stab. I can't tell. But we'll head back to Tumb and we'll do a quick repair there, I think, just to be sure. I don't want to have an unpleasant surprise when I get into my next dogfight. Yeah, the aircraft's quite rolly at the moment, so... Taking damage, I just don't know what exactly is damaged. No, I'm flying the F5 today. X52 still works for me. I had an X52 before my Warthog, but it broke in a very bizarre way. The electronics got all janky. What's my IR tracker? It's a track IR5. And my only complaint with the track IR5 is these clips, the Pro clips, are extremely flimsy and break all the time. And they're about $50 to replace. So the track IR camera is excellent, the software is excellent, they're fucking top notch. This is the only weak point of the design, and I would say it would probably be worth, after you break your first one, don't do what I do and just replace it, just build a new one yourself or something. As long as you've got the actual track IR camera and the software, it should be fine. There are alternatives which are a bit cheaper, but I've heard that some of them don't track as precisely. I can't speak for, you know, the accuracy of that because I've only ever used the track IR, but all I know is this works really well, except the clip breaks. Warthog joystick's extremely stiff too. It makes yeah, extremely. Like, it's not as bad as the X52 was in that regard, but it's still very stiff on the gimbals. What are the differences between MiG-21 and MiG-29? Enormous. Enormous. It's like the MiG-21 was designed in the mid-50s, the MiG-29 was designed in the mid-70s. There's 20 years of development between them. They have... I mean, the only thing they really have in common is a relatively light loadout. They're quite light aircraft, and they're both frontline fighters, but the MiG-29 is superior in every respect. It's like asking the difference between, for instance, this and the F-18, like a modern F-18, or maybe like a, I don't know, an F-104 and an F-16C, basically. Or I guess an F-16A, really. Told me he'll ask you and see what you say. Yeah, I reckon that it will be frustrating at first while the blue pilots adjust to the fact they can't overshoot Hinds in complete safety anymore, but, like, I don't think it's going to end up like the Gazelle Mistral where people actively hunt stuff in it, because the Hind's too big. You can't hide a Hind. And it's not as agile as the Mistral either, so I think it'll be okay. It'll make the Hinds a little less vulnerable to getting vectored onto by like 5 different F5s from Mike Delta. It'll actually be able to defend itself. Okay, we'll go for the long runway since I am damaged and I don't know what the damage is. It's really harder than I always think fighting a helicopter. Yeah, they're difficult targets to hit, especially if they're aware of you. And you've got to factor in your closure rate. So, for instance, when I used to hunt Hinds in this thing on Enigma server, I would constantly fly into them. Or on here, you know, years and years ago when I'd hunt Car 50s, I'd fly into the ground, because you always misjudge your closure rate, or like how steep of a dive you're in when you're attacking them. It's really hard to hit helicopters, really, really hard. Which is one of the reasons I don't generally like attacking them in a fixed-wing jet. I'll leave them for other people. Which server is this? This is Alpin's. Cold War 1947 to 1991. So for anyone new here, this is the main server I play on. I also play on Enigma's Cold War dynamic server, and occasionally on Blue Flag 80s and DDCS. Frontline fighters? I've never heard someone say the Fishbed's a frontline fighter. That's because most Westerners do not know what the fuck they are talking about when it comes to Soviet aviation. It is a frontline fighter. Regulars here will have heard this rant, but for anyone new, the MiG-21 is not an interceptor. The MiG-23 is not an interceptor. The MiG-29 is not an interceptor. The only Mikoyan-built interceptors that ever entered Soviet service were the MiG-3 in World War II, the MiG-25 and the MiG-31. The MiG-15 was, it was kind of at the point after World War II where there weren't really distinct roles, but it was a fighter, it was designed as a fighter. The MiG-19 was originally designed as a long-range escort fighter, but once they decided to make it supersonic, it changed role to a frontline fighter. The MiG-21 was a frontline fighter, the MiG-23 was a frontline fighter. Frontline fighter is a Soviet equivalent of multi-role fighter, basically, like a light multi-role fighter, kind of like the F-16, but with less payload, less air-to-ground capability, basically. The MiG-23 was frontline fighter, the MiG-29 was a frontline fighter. Now, they did have variants which were used as interceptors, so if there's a P suffix, like MiG-19P, MiG-17P, MiG-21PF, if there's a P suffix, that means interceptor. So that specific version was designed to be used as a point defense interceptor. But for the most part, Mikoyan fighters are just that. They're fighters. They're not interceptors. Bit floaty. Su-15 was an interceptor. The Su-15 was a pure interceptor. That was all it was designed to do. If you want to tell apart a Soviet fighter from a Soviet interceptor, look at the size of it, look at how much fuel it carries, look how many weapons it carries. So, for examples of true purpose-built Soviet interceptors, you have the Su-15, the Su-9. The Su-9 looks kind of like a MiG-21 but bigger. That's an interceptor. Even though it looks identical to the MiG-21, just bigger, and the 21's a frontline fighter, the Su-9 is a purpose-built interceptor. It's not really designed to turn with things. It prioritizes speed, climb rate, like ceiling height is important, and endurance range. The Su-11 was based on it. That's an interceptor. The Su-15's an interceptor. The MiG-25's an interceptor. The MiG-31's an interceptor. The Yak-28P, the Yak-28 was mostly used as a bomber, but the 28P is an interceptor variant because it had long range. The Tupolev 128, that's an interceptor. It's a different interceptor than what people are used to. So it's not very fast, and it's huge. It's like the size of a fucking bomber. But it was designed to have very long patrol times over the northern Soviet Union. So that's an interceptor. You know, there's this pervasive idea in Western aviation that anything that goes fast and has a good climb rate is an interceptor. It's bullshit. Like, even in the West, people say the F-104 was an interceptor. It was used as one. It wasn't designed as one. It was designed as an air superiority fighter like the F-15. That was its original role, air superiority fighter. It was pressed into service as an intercept by Air Defense Command because the F-102 was not ready in time. And because it was not designed for interception, it fucking sucked at it. And Air Defense Command could not get rid of the things quickly enough. They hated them. The pilots liked them, but Air Defense Command itself absolutely fucking hated them because they were so badly suited to the interception role. So, when I say the F-104 was badly suited to interception, what I mean by that is it had very short legs, like the MiG-21. It had very short legs. It was limited to, except for the 104S, which was an Italian upgrade in like the 70s or 80s. It had rear aspect only heat-seeking missiles. It had no all-aspect engagement capability, and its radar was only there to find targets. It could not guide a missile with that radar. So, you know, it's basically a daylight, fair-weather-only aircraft in a lot of respects. So were the early MiG-21s because they were frontline fighters. The early MiG-21 didn't even have a search radar, it just had a radio-ranging gun sight like the F-86 does. So yeah, that's why the F-104 is not an interceptor. Was it used as one? Yes. Was it good at that? No. Typically as well, Cold War interceptors, because they were such highly specialized aircraft, and this is true of both Soviet and US designs, and I think British ones too. I think the Lightning had something similar. They would typically have some sort of ground-controlled data link. So it's not just, you know, people say GCI, ground-controlled intercept, and you imagine some Battle of Britain type shit with people moving pucks around a table and speaking into microphones to the guy flying the plane. That worked really well during World War II, but that sucks when the guy flying the plane is doing Mach 2 at 20 kilometers altitude. Voice commands are just not good enough at that point. You're moving too fast, things happen too quickly. If you misspeak, you fuck the whole intercept up. So, by the late 50s, from memory, Sage came online right at the end of the 50s, and Vozdukh came online within a couple of years of Sage. Sage and Vozdukh, American and Soviet systems respectively, were massive integrated air defense systems on the ground that would vector fighters, or vector interceptors, through a ground-to-air data link. It's not a data link like you have in the F-18 where you can see what every other F-18 can see, but what it would do is the guy on the ground controlling your intercept would feed he'd feed commands to your aircraft, and it would display the commanded position on the instrument. So it would, like, if you look at interceptor variant MiG-21s, so the MiG-21 PF, the MiG-21 PFM, or MiG-21 MF air defense versions, because the Soviets marketed them as both frontline fighters and air defense to Warsaw Pact and other client states. Because the Soviets didn't export their good interceptors. They never exported them except the MiG-25, and that was only because, you know, Belenko defected, so they got the West got their hands on a 25 anyway. But they never exported the Su-15, never exported the Tu-128. All of them stayed Soviet Union only. They were never ever exported. So the Soviets exported things like the MiG-21 and MiG-23 with the ability to use the ground-controlled intercept system that they're real interceptors used. And the Soviets also used them to plug gaps sometimes where real interceptors weren't available. Anyway, point I'm getting at is this system would feed you commands through the data link. So you could look at, say, a MiG-21 MF air defense variant. On the airspeed indicator, there's a little, there's like an indexer like there is here on the F5. On the F5, this index is just there so you can set your takeoff and landing speed, so you can see when you're at the right speed. In a Soviet aircraft that had this data link, and in American aircraft, they usually use tapes around this time, but they would have the same thing. There would be an indexer there to command your speed. There would be another one on the altimeter to command your altitude. There would be, if you look at MiG-21s that are fitted for air defense, there's the little ARL indicator, ARLSM, and it looks like a crosshair, a gauge with a crosshair on it, kind of like the ILS, but it's not. That is your kind of direction indicator telling you where to fly. So for the more advanced interceptors like the Su-15 and some of the later Air Force types like later MiG-23s, they had this system integrated directly to their autopilot. The F-102 and F-106 had the same thing for the Americans. And so what that would do is the ground controller could literally fly the aircraft from the ground. The pilot's just there to control the throttle and to pull the trigger. That's all he's there for, and to land the plane. But theoretically speaking, if you wanted to fly an intercept with GCI, the pilot could just sit there jacking off the whole time, and the plane would fly by instruction from the ground, conduct the intercept, and then all the pilot has to do is, you know, finish off, pull the trigger, and then land. And also they had not auto landing systems as we know them from airliners, but automatic approach systems. So you typically get put right over the piano keys, and then it'd disconnect the autopilot, so the pilot flies down onto the runway. So these are old systems. This is 1950s systems. This isn't modern technology. This has been around since the 50s. You could literally remote control the plane from the ground, and the pilot was just there to pull the trigger. Likewise, nobody really realizes the role of drones in the Cold War. There were reconnaissance drones. There were even combat drones that could carry bombs in the 1960s. The 1960s. Did you forget to... I did forget to repair the aircraft. Fuck. So we're going to have to shut it down. Hang on. I got so engrossed in talking, I forgot what I landed to do. Asked for repair too early, it's got to wind down still. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff that people assume is recent developments, modern technology, is not. So, the thing is, as the technology matures, it becomes more common. I have at least rearmed myself, but top up the fuel. But, you know, things like drones, things like data links, they're not new technology. Night vision. You know, image intensification, night vision, that is not new technology. That's not even World War II technology. You know, people know, oh, the Germans with their vampire sights. The Germans didn't fucking invent that shit. That had been around since the 20s, maybe even earlier. I've seen photos of Soviet tank driver night vision goggles. They were really, like, they're shitty Gen Zeros. They're like Gen -1. And they need an active IR source, so a really bright IR spotlight. But that shit existed in the 1930s, back when the BT-7 was the main Soviet tank. That is 1930s technology. And yet you don't typically see your average infantryman wearing night vision goggles until the late 80s, early 90s, because it just wasn't feasible to make it small enough, light enough, and cheap enough to mass issue it. It was specialist equipment only used when it was absolutely necessary. Yeah, exactly. Like, so much modern computing is not actually as modern as people think it is. Like, the prices have come down, the capability has increased enormously, but the actual core foundational stuff, that's not new. That is not new at all. Yeah, so I have a set of Czech-built but Soviet-designed PNV-57s. They're Gen 0 tank drivers goggles from like this sort of mid-60s. I think the design's late 50s, but the ones I've got were built in 68. And they either need a 12-volt source. You can run them off a 9-volt battery, though. So I just run mine off a 9-volt battery, or they need to be plugged into the tank's electrical system, and they got this great big fucking transformer on the back of them, which buzzes when they're turned on. They're really clunky and awkward, so, you know, as an infantryman, that's not something you want to deal with. It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't really until the 80s you start seeing infantry being issued night vision helmet-mounted stuff. They were issuing night sights, like rifle sights, starlight scopes and stuff, in the 60s, particularly around the late 60s, but they were huge. Like a starlight scope, an original starlight scope is like this big. They're fucking enormous. Big, heavy things. Thank God for Alan Turing, and fucked hell the people that persecuted and killed him. Yep. Unfortunately, there have been a great many wonderful people in the world who, you know, had so much more they could have given humanity, but thanks to the ignorance of their time, they weren't given that opportunity, basically. Fucking important lesson there, guys. You don't necessarily have to understand why someone is the way they are, or agree with the way they are, as long as they're not hurting anyone else. Who fucking cares? Let them do their thing. Any American... Yeah, like I said, the F-102, the F-106, the F-101B. The F-101 was originally designed as a strike fighter, but the F-101B was a two-seat interceptor variant, which was also the main Canadian air defense interceptor for pretty much the entire Cold War. The Americans also had earlier interceptors, so kind of the point before interceptors became really their own specialized thing during the Cold War, you had all-weather fighters, so things like the Gloucester Javelin, the F-89 Scorpion. They were technically interceptors, but they were also subsonic, and they were kind of... their armament was more based on things like air-to-air rockets, unguided rockets. So yeah, interceptors have been around for... Basically, the interceptor role, I want to say, started in World War II. The Spitfire was more or less a point defense interceptor by design, but it just turned out to be a multi-role fighter because it was good at everything. But there were specifically designed interceptor aircraft during World War II. The P-38, for instance, was designed as an interceptor, partly because the US Air Force had some weird procurement politics going on, so the way to get a new fighter design approved was to call it an interceptor, whether it was or not. But yeah, they existed in World War II. The MiG-3, for instance. The MiG-3 was a high-altitude interceptor, and that's part of why it has such a bad reputation compared to its actual performance, is it was used in a role it was not suited for, just because the Soviets needed to throw any aircraft they had at the Germans at the start of the war. So interceptors aren't new, but one thing that is worth mentioning is the interceptor has kind of gone the way of the Dodo. Really, the MiG-31 is the last... Let me tell them to apply air. The MiG-31 is the last true remaining interceptor in service, I think. You can make an argument for the J-8, maybe, because that's still in service, but really the MiG-31 is the last of the big interceptors. J-20? I don't know that much about the J-20, but if it's the same role, then yeah, there you go. I guess interceptors do live on after all. And the main reason that interceptors kind of went away, it wasn't because, like, there stopped being a need for them so much, it's just that modern multi-role fighters can do the job just as well as they can. You know, when you've got fighters that have Link 16, that have the ability to carry whatever the fuck weapons you want, they have generally good all-round flight performance. You don't really need a dedicated interceptor anymore. Now, with that said, the kind of loss of interest in Mark II aircraft is potentially a problem. So, the big draw of having an aircraft that's able to reach Mark II is not just to get somewhere in a hurry, but to get very high up. So, for instance, you take the MiG-19, which has an excellent climb rate, and the MiG-21, which has a decent climb rate. I think the 19's is... I think the 21's is technically better, but I think the 19 just is a better climber in general. Like, it feels like it climbs better. The MiG-19 is a Mark 1.3 aircraft. Its service ceiling is about, like, 17, 18 kilometers. It can maybe get to about 20 in a zoom climb, but it can't sustain it. The MiG-21 is a Mark II aircraft. Its service ceiling is about 18 kilometers, but you know how high that can go in a zoom climb? More than 23. You know, your engine flames out somewhere above 20 kilometers, but like in DCS you can get up to fucking 30. I've done it. But in real life I've heard accounts from MiG-21 pilots who said they got up to about 22, 23 kilometers, and that was where they kind of noped out. But that's the difference between a Mark 1 aircraft. Why did my right engine not start yet? That's the difference between a Mark 1 and a Mark 2 aircraft. The Mark 2 aircraft has a much higher potential ceiling with a zoom climb, which allows you to intercept higher flying targets like, say, SR-71s, U-2s, whatever. Eraser, thanks for the follow. And again, this is part of why the Interceptor of the Cold War was such a highly specialized aircraft. I mean, if you're trying to kill A-10s or fucking, you know, A-10s or Sukhoi 17s or whatever coming in over the battlefield, you don't need an interceptor for that. You send a fighter. If you need to deal with a fucking SR-71 coming barreling towards you at Mark 3 and, you know, 22 kilometers altitude, there's only one kind of aircraft for that job. Your typical frontline fighter isn't going to have the fuel or the endurance or the weapon range to do it. You need something big, like a Su-15 or a MiG-25, something that doesn't just have speed, but which has the ability to get up on station quickly, has the fuel to conduct a zoom climb to altitude, and can get to the altitude to engage that target. Also, typically, Cold War interceptors had much larger and more powerful radars than frontline fighters did. I'm taking the cart with me, fuck it. Yeah, snap-up performance on modern missiles does help a lot with hitting high targets, but there are still situations where you might want that ability, you know. And as well as that, it's a factor in BVR too. Like, now that BVR is the new hotness that everyone does, what is the best way to give your BVR missile extra range? It's to be very high and very fast. You know, it's one thing for the missile to loft itself, but it's even better if you can give it a good head start. So if you launch a missile from Mark II, it's going to go a lot further than a missile launched at Mark 0.9. It's basic shit, right? But DCS players seem to struggle with this concept. That is Tund. So that's Big Tund, and then that's Tund Kochak behind me. That one there has a fucking 894 meter runway. That's where I'm taking off from. Like, that's where I spawn at. You basically just ramp off the edge of a cliff. It's awesome. If you're higher than the Bandit, not for a modern radar, it doesn't. Ground Clotter is, I mean, modern radars aren't infallible, but they're a lot better at filtering that kind of shit out. Much, much, much better. That's the whole point of look down, shoot down, right? So that hasn't really been much of a problem since the 70s and 80s for the West, and probably about the 80s for the Soviets. Soviets did have look down, shoot down radars in the like sort of late 60s, early 70s, but they had a bit of development hell with them, some teething issues. So MiG-23 and F1 maybe both MiG-23 and F1 have look down, shoot down, both of them. Or actually, the F1 technically shouldn't have shoot down, but it can do look down. The 23 can do both. Now, it's not good long-range look-down, shoot-down. They can't see very far in full look-down mode, but it's better than nothing, for sure. Definitely better than nothing. Frackles! Sister, race up, man. Appreciate it. Good to see ya. I hope you've been keeping well, man. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Should see this guy pop up on scope pretty shortly. We're just gonna fiddle with the elevation a bit. He's slightly above me. I have trouble gauging how far I need to aim the antenna up in the F5. It's kind of weird compared to the aircraft I usually fly. There is a formula to it, which Doom Sniper reminds me of like every time he's in chat, but I can never remember it. We also aren't going to pick that target up at 20 miles. We'll probably pick it up at about 15 if it's a MiG. Ah, or we'll get a clean call, which is interesting, because it should be right in front of me. Yeah, that's generally what I do, Max. It's interesting seeing people flying at this altitude in Alpine server. Usually they're quite a bit lower. Particularly on red. The Hawk behind me has woken up, which means it sees something. And yet, our early warning radar doesn't. Here we go, 043 for 21. Ah, that's why. They were probably beaming the EWR. Now it makes sense. So they actually, no, they would have just taken off. They probably just took off from Keshem. Still seeing a bunch of Cubs on the RWR. I don't know if they're at Keshem or further behind it. Hopefully further behind it. That might be the ones that fucking under a bus.
Radio check 251.
Loud and clear. It's Mikara. Mikara's flying the Mi-8 today. Oh, hello. Hello. What are you? And that's how you defeat an R3R. Problem is, I also don't see him anymore now. So I'm just gonna try and sustain about a 400 knot turn. And hopefully outrate him if he turns in on me. I don't see him though, which is the issue. Oh god, don't freeze now. Ah, fuck. DCS always picks the worst moments to start stuttering. But I lost sight of him, dodging that R3R. See, that's something that you do with the R3R. Even if it's not going to hit, it forces defense. So if the F5 isn't aware of the danger, they'll fly into it, you'll get the kill. If the F5 is aware of the danger, they'll fucking brake hard off to one side, probably drop lock on you, lose sight of you, and then you can force the position of the merge. Yeah, this is Alpines. So that was a pretty good kill. Who's flying the 21? Oh, it's Yuval Kiz. Okay. How was ArmA? I missed like half an hour of the mission because I forgot that daylight saving swapped over, but it was good. It was really good. A4 on? Not on this mission. The A4 is only in a single mission, and that mission is not running at the moment because Combined Arms is broken. It will hopefully be running next weekend if Combined Arms is fixed by then, which is a big if at the moment.
Request Copy.
Appropriate music for what just happened. Fine, don't find it intimidating. This is the first multiplayer server I ever played on. Like, literally day 2 of me playing DCS, I was on this server killing people. It's really not as scary as people make out it is, honestly. Do you know what I meant to do? Just check the briefing. Each mission is a set piece, so once you read the briefing and play the mission a few times, you'll know it forever. Like, a lot of these missions I have absolutely memorized at this point, because I've been playing this mission, or playing this server for so long.
Chief, connect ground air supply.
The Tomcat's on some missions, it's not on this one. So, specific missions have the F-14 and the MiG-29, but not many of them. Most missions don't have them.
Ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
I think that, like, the thing about Alpins that scares people off is A, they actually have to fucking read. B, there's kind of a general expectation that people will be on comms at some point or other. I mean, when I started playing on here, I wasn't on comms either, but, you know, people on here tend to be a lot more talkative than they are on, say, Enigma's server. Partly because we don't have Overlord bot on here, so you need to be. But also the F-10 own position is off. It's off. I am right here. This is where I'm parked, but I can't see myself on the map. I don't need to see myself on the map because I know how to navigate. But this is what scares people off, I think. And this is why I tell people, do not get in the habit of doing the Hogget thing where you cannot play a server if it doesn't have F10 on. If you can't play a server because you can't see the position of your own plane or your teammates on the map, that's on you. Like, you're cheating yourself out of most of the best servers in the game because you don't want to learn something that takes 5 minutes to learn. Radio navigation in the F5 is a little more difficult because not all the airfields have TACAN, and the mobile TACANs are a bit buggy. But cheers for the follow, by the way, Malach and Leon D. Like the RSBN and ARC and the MiG-21 and the ARC and the MiG-19, they literally take 5 minutes or less to learn. They're so easy to use. And once you learn to use them, you will never get lost again. Or even if you do get lost, you can find your way home. You know, that's how I use the RSBN. I set it to my own airfield and use it as a go-home beacon. It's simple stuff. It's really simple stuff. Like, you don't have to go full study sim, read through 700 pages of manuals before ever touching the game to get good at DCS. Literally just, you know, get the feel of the aircraft, figure out some of the most basic systems, learn the basic navigation, and you're sweet. Like, you don't need to you can do Dead Reckoning if you really want to. Like, you can get your whiz wheel out and figure out exactly how far you're going to fly, what your fuel, but you can do that. You can absolutely do that. Or, you can just get in a plane, set the RSBN to your own airbase, take off, fly whatever fucking heading the objective is, tussle around there for a bit, then follow the RSBN home. Like, it's so easy. People overcomplicate this game way the fuck too much. And that's the beautiful thing about DCS, is you have the option, if you really want to go like full puzzle piece mode. Or you can just play it like, you know, you play IL-2 or something.
Connect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now connected.
Oops. That's what I need. Apply, not connect. Do you ever use the A10C? No. I have occasionally flown the A10A. I've owned the A10C for a very long time because one of my friends bought it for me, and I feel really bad that I've never ever flown it. I've never even bound the controls for it, but the A10's not my thing. I just... Look, it's not really exciting to me. I appreciate the real aircraft, although I think its fan club can be a bit obnoxious, and its effectiveness is grossly exaggerated. The A-10 is good as a counterinsurgency plane, but fucking useless at actually killing peer forces. As, you know, was evidenced during the Gulf War. But, yeah, I don't really fly it. I mostly fly red stuff, I mostly fly Cold War stuff, and I mostly fly air-to-air, although I do love my Su-25. If you do like the A-10, and you guys want to see the A-10 being used proficiently, head over to the Warthog project, because he has built himself a full-blown A-10 sim pit with a projector screen, everything. It's fucking amazing. If you guys like the A-10, go drop him a follow right now. Like, you will love his channel. And I'm gonna make sure here... Hang on. I don't remember if he has any spaces or anything in his name, but I'll hope this shout-out goes to the right place. I think that's going to the right channel. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But you'll know him when you see him. He has, like, literally an A-10 sim pit built up. So if you're into the Warthog, that's where you go. Because you're not really going to see it very often on my channel, and you're not going to see the A-10C on my channel. You'll see the A. The A-10 did not a whole lot compared to literally any other aircraft. The F-15 killed more tanks, the F-111 killed more tanks. The F-111 was the top tank killer of the Gulf War, by, like, a significant margin. And the A-10s really did not make that good of an account for themselves. Part of the reason the A-10's reputation survived the Cold War, or not Cold War, the Gulf War, part of the A-10's reputation surviving the Gulf War is specifically because the statistics were massaged to make it look like the A-10 did anything useful. Whereas, realistically speaking, the F-111 was the true anti-tank star of that war. But the statistics were covered up because the A-10 was Congress's darling, and they still won't retire the fucking thing, even though there's really no reason to keep it in service anymore. It was all fucking politics that kept that plane in service that long. I'm taking the cart with me, who cares? You can tell I'm used to flying Red Force stuff because I always forget to unhook the umbilicals because I'm not used to having to use umbilicals. I'm used to my plane being strong and independent and not needing no start cart. Wow, that's impressive. That is impressive. Resorting to slurs to defend the A-10. Wow. Never change, DCS community. But yeah, like, look, it's a cool plane. It's a cool plane, and for what it was originally designed to do, which is counterinsurgency in a low-intensity conflict, it's actually pretty good at it. But as a tank buster, no, there are better ways to do that. There have been better ways to do that for a long time. Yes, it's propaganda about the A-10 being a tank buster. The A-10's gun is very impressive, but the A-10's gun is at most going to mobility or mission kill a tank. Like, it might damage the optics or the gun barrel or maybe the engine. It'll knock tracks off. It's not likely to kill a modern MBT. Like, it's really not likely to kill a tank. The majority of kills that A-10's actually got on tanks were with Mavericks. And what's the A-10 actually going to use in a peer conflict? Fucking Mavericks, because if the A-10 goes anywhere near peer force ground units, it's going to get fucked. Like, if World War III had happened in Europe in the 80s, the A-10s would have maybe made it to day 2 before they were all gone. Like, they would not have lasted long at all. The A-10 physically cannot operate in any sort of modern air defense coverage because it will die immediately. If there's any fighters, it will die immediately. Like, it's just... Again, it's a great counterinsurgency plane, but because of idiots like Pierre Spray and the other reformers, they made it out to be this amazing tank killer that could destroy the entire fucking Soviet army on the cheap, which just had no grounding in reality. No grounding in reality at all. You know, I have to say though, in his defense, fucking Sprayer was living the dream. My dude, imagine knowing literally nothing about the military, literally nothing about warfare whatsoever, and having no qualifications, and getting a job as a fucking Pentagon consultant. Like, imagine that. Getting paid, like, ridiculous fucking military-industrial complex tier pay for something you know literally fucking nothing about. That is the dream right there. Man was a fucking journalist. And not an especially amazing one, either. Yeah, A-10s have an unfortunate habit of killing friendly units. The gun's very impressive when you, like, it scares the shit out of the fucking, or scared, past tense, the fucking shit out of the Taliban. But the problem is the A-10s were just as likely to strafe Allied troops as they were to strafe enemy troops. The Brits and Canadians in particular did not have fun on the receiving end of A-10s. And speaking of survivability for CAS platforms in a peer conflict, or near-peer conflict, anyone seen how many Su-25s have been shot down over Ukraine? A fucking lot of them. The Su-25, like the A-10, is a fucking beautiful counterinsurgency plane. It's amazing. They did fucking phenomenal work over Chechnya. But as soon as you pit them against an actual real military, with actual real air defense and actual real fighters, they get fucking smoked. In fact, it's a fucking testament to the incompetence of Russian planning at the moment that the Ukrainians are still able to even fly their Su-25s. I'm stunned. Yeah, you might as well use a Super Tucano. It has basically the same capabilities, and it's multiple times cheaper. And it's a smaller target as well. Like, that's why most countries that aren't, you know, aren't trying to prop up their own, military-industrial complex, they're all going to things like the Super Tucano for counterinsurgency work. Because it's a better platform for it, it's cheaper. The A-10's a great platform for it, but it's expensive. It's better to just have a bunch of cheap Super Tucanos instead of a couple of A-10s. You know? But this is the thing that happens with any kind of military equipment, and particularly in aviation. You get people fanboying a particular piece of equipment based on, like, just basically cope about what it could or couldn't do. Like I said in my rant yesterday, the SR-71. The SR-71 is a fucking amazing engineering achievement. Like, that plane is incredible. You do not need to invent fairy stories about it being able to really go Mach 5 when it could do 3.32, and that's as fast as it ever went. And they were pushing it too. Like, you don't need to invent fairy stories about it being Mark IV capable, or being uninterceptable by the Soviet Air Defense Service, who intercepted it multiple times, and used to use it as a training aid, so they could teach their new pilots to intercept something going that fast. Like, all these mythos that kind of form around aircraft, like the MiG-25 being this incredible fucking super fighter, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was a really good interceptor, but that was it, and reconnaissance aircraft, and, you know, high-speed, high-altitude bomber, but, it wasn't a Jesus plane. It couldn't do everything. It was optimized to fly high and fast. That was all that plane did, was go high and fast. It didn't turn very well. It was subsonic at low altitude, because it ran into flutter problems at 1,200 kilometers an hour indicated airspeed. The MiG-25 could not go supersonic at sea level without risk of breaking itself apart. You know, these aircraft are designed for a specific role. They're optimized for a specific job. Sometimes the mission changes, like with the, you know, like it did with the A-10. But generally speaking, aircraft are designed for a purpose, and they make compromises in favor of the role that they're designed for. You know, the SR-71 was designed to fly fast and high for long periods, and so it's not very maneuverable. It can't turn very well. It can't actually climb that well. You know, once it's near its ceiling, it can't zoom away to get away from an interceptor coming up after it. But you know what? It doesn't need to do any of that. It doesn't need to do any of that, because it wasn't designed for it. And people saying, "Oh, if the Soviets could intercept the SR-71, how come none was ever shot down?" Well, first of all, the Vietnamese nearly tagged an A-12, which is the smaller, faster predecessor of the SR-71. They nearly tagged an A-12 over North Vietnam with a S-75 Gina. It detonated about 200 meters behind the aircraft. It wasn't close enough to seriously damage it, but it was close enough that a piece of shrapnel from the missile, not actual from the warhead, but a piece of the missile casing, punctured a fuel tank. They actually recovered the piece of missile from the fuel tank when it landed. So that happened, but the reason an SR-71 was never shot down is because the only time they ever intruded on Soviet airspace was a couple of times in the Far East around Vladivostok, and it was before the Soviets had proper air defense coverage in that area. As soon as the Soviets put another battery of S-200s on Ruski Island, just south of Vladivostok, those overflights stopped. Because the Americans weren't fucking stupid. You know, they weren't going to risk another Francis Gary Powers. They'd already had their kind of serving of humble pie about uninterceptable reconnaissance aircraft. They'd learnt not to do that again. So they flew along the border of the Soviet Union with side-looking cameras and side-looking radar. Why overfly your enemy's territory if you can skirt along the edge of it in international airspace? Or why overfly the heartland of their territory when now you have satellites that do it for you? The SR-71 stayed in service after satellites appeared, mostly because you could get reconnaissance quicker. So it was more of like a sort of strategic level asset where if you were going to go to war somewhere, like say in Vietnam or whatever, you would send it overhead to do battle damage assessments and stuff because there was a lower threat against it there, and because it was faster than a satellite. You know, you didn't have to wait for orbits to align and such. Yeah, they do. There's a lot of documentaries that, especially sort of within the last 20-30 years, which are less documentary and more entertainment. They're more there to wow you about how incredible this thing was and how great we are for building this thing. Like, they don't actually teach you much. Like, really, honestly, good mainstream aviation documentaries stopped happening in the 90s. You know, modern Western and Russian stuff. The Russian stuff is very similar these days. You know, you have the fucking shouty midget on Combat Approved. If you guys ever watch Combat Approved, just put it on fucking mute. Because he's not telling you anything useful or interesting, he's just fucking spouting propaganda. But it's the same thing. The Americans and the Russians both do it now. Their documentaries are basically just chest-thumping about how fucking amazing they are. And then they'll compare their equipment to something the other side designed 40 years earlier to prove how great they are. You know, like, the last good documentaries really happened in the 90s. Ever since then, it's been, how epic can we make this? How many jump cuts can we squeeze into this to get ratings? Unfortunately. MiG-25 in DCS and make me die happy. I personally prefer a Su-15 because the Su-15 is an absolute unsung hero of Soviet air defense. It was the main Soviet interceptor for nearly the entire Cold War. The MiG-25 gets all the glory, but the Su-15 did all the work. That said, I would not say no to a MiG-25. I'm aware of the limitations of the MiG-25. I know I'm not going to be dogfighting in it. I know I'm not going to be flying at low altitude supersonic. I'm going to go to fucking 25 kilometers altitude. Well, probably cruise at 20, but I'm going to zoom up to 25, 30 kilometers altitude, and I'm going to go at fucking Mach 3, and good luck catching me. Like, that's what I'm going to do. That's fun to me. I mean, you guys have seen me in the MiG-21. I'll blast all at Mach 2 and then pitch up until I hit 30 kilometers altitude. I like doing that shit. I mean, it's not combat, but it's fun. So I would totally be down with the MiG-25. I just prefer Su-15 first. Yes, pilots. Pilots are useful sources of information, but you have to take anything they say with a lot of salt, because pilots love a good story. It's like the first lesson of ground school, before even effective controls, is how to tell a good fucking story. So be very careful believing anything pilots say. Don't take it at face value. Sometimes they're on the level, yeah. Some pilots will not exaggerate. But some will do it for, you know, a better story. Some will do it just because memories aren't perfect, and sometimes you misremember things. Like me yesterday getting halfway through saying I killed Davey twice in his Tom count, then I realized, wait, no, the second one wasn't Davey. Davey popped me in an F5 on the second one. You know, you misremember shit, especially in the moment. So always look to corroborate accounts you get from pilots with other sources of information. And when it comes to aircraft performance, I would trust engineers more than I would trust pilots, unless the two of them agree. Ideally, you go to test pilots, because test pilots are engineers. But your average kind of run-of-the-mill military pilot, they're not going to really know much outside their immediate situational awareness. You know, they've got their set of things they need to know about how to use their aircraft properly. They've got how to take off, how to land, how to navigate, how to use the systems, how to fight it. Like, combat tactics, combat tactics pilots are great for. Engineers can't help you worth shit there, but pilots can. Or the particulars of how the aircraft handles, what it's like to take off, land, that kind of stuff. That's where pilots really shine. But a pilot telling you, oh, I could have made this plane do Mach 4 if I'd really... Like, no, dude. No. Or, again, like the example I cited yesterday, that US test pilot who said the MiG-21... the Soviets mustn't have trusted the engine not to flame out because it has so many detents on the throttle. No, dude. The MiG-21 has so many detents on the throttle because they didn't trust the fucking pilots not to kill themselves. The MiG-21 has a... He was probably talking specifically about the SPS detent, which is so you can't chop the throttle to flight idle without lifting it over the detent. The reason that detent is there is because if you're on landing approach with the flaps out and the gear out, and you cut to idle throttle, the blown flap system stops. And the blown flap system is giving you about half your lift on approach in the MiG-21, or in MiG-21s that are equipped with that system. If that system cuts out, suddenly your plane drops out of the sky like a fucking rock, and at that point you're too low to the ground and too slow to react. You're dead. If that happens, you die. There is no other possible eventuality there. You will die. That is why that detent is there. It's not because if you cut the throttle to idle abruptly the engine fucking dies. That's not why it's there. The engine will handle that just fine. You know, the fucking R13 was a bit temperamental, so yes, if you seesaw the throttle like a monkey, it probably will start coughing. But, you know, particularly once you get to, like, the R25, that was a great engine. It's not going to die from cutting the throttle. What is going to die from cutting the throttle is you on short final. That's why that detent's there. Yeah, exactly, Korchak. Like, if you ask two pilots their opinion about a particular aircraft, you'll get 3 opinions. Like, pilots have different opinions, and it's very rare, in my experience, it's very rare that you will find an aircraft where the pilots universally share the same opinion about it. Now, I don't look into Western pilot anecdotes as much, so I don't know what they're like for different Western aircraft, but I can tell you that 2 examples, well, there's 3 examples. The MiG-21, pretty much everyone loves the MiG-21 who ever flew it. Even the Americans that flew it love the fucking thing. So the MiG-21, everyone loves. The MiG-23, which has a shit reputation in the West, guess what? Among all the accounts I could find from former Soviet pilot, former Soviet ground crew, Warsaw Pact pilots, the overwhelming majority of them fucking loved that plane. Like, the overwhelming majority of them thought it was a fucking fantastic fighter. And with the Su-15 as well, in the West, it doesn't really have a reputation, or if it does, it's a bad one, because, oh, haha, funny airliner shoot-down plane. And people, you know, if they're aware of the aircraft, they're kind of dimly aware of the fact it was considered punishing if you flew it badly. You look at Soviet pilots' accounts of the Su-15, or their ground crews' accounts of the Su-15, it was supremely reliable. That is the word that pops up again and again and again. Reliable. That plane always worked. There were never problems with it. But the pilots that flew it really liked it. They said it would punish you if you fucked up, but generally speaking, it handled nicely, it had good performance, it was a good aircraft. Like, it's interesting to me. Like, I go through and I watch all these different videos of Soviet aircraft, and quite often in the comment section you will find Soviet veterans talking to each other about the aircraft they served on. And that's where you see these opinions come up. And you'll see people say which airbase they flew at, which regiment they were part of. You'll see them actually asking after each other in the comments, like, oh, did you know, such and such? Did you know Anisimov? Did you know Ivanov? Did you know this guy? So these are actual pilots talking to each other, you know, and you can go and cross-check which regiment they're talking about and which base they're talking about, and yep, sure enough, that's this type. It's really interesting to me to see that. And you never hear about it in the West. I mean, you have the same thing on Western videos. You'll see in videos of, like, carrier ops, you'll see guys talking about which cruisers they were on. Same thing. They only have a TACCOM left? Oh. Ooh. So they do. Okay. Server emptied out quickly today. Let's go set down. We'll, hop over to Enigmas for a bit, I think, and then we'll do some misfits. Yeah, pilots definitely, I'd say, is more emotional. You become very attached to an aircraft. I mean, when you... Because for an engineer, I mean, it's a tool. It's a thing they designed to do a job, right? I know that certainly some maintenance engineers get very possessive over their aircraft. They'll fucking beat your ass if you bend it. But, like, the pilot's the one whose life depends on this thing. The pilot's the one who flies it. The pilot's the one who finds all the little quirks and foibles of a particular airframe, because no two aircraft are alike. Even if they were built at the same factory on the same day and they're the exact same design, no two aircraft are exactly the same. One plane's a bit more temperamental, another plane's a little bit faster than the others. You know, one of them likes to yaw to the left for some reason, even though it's supposedly in perfect trim. There's always just these little differences between them. So you get to know your plane. Yeah, definitely, Korchak, definitely. And I mean, we're all guilty of it. I'm like that too. I try not to be, but, you know, it's hard to avoid bias, no matter whether you're aware of your own bias or not. You have to just try and be aware of it and deal with it when it pops up, but there is no such thing as a truly objective person. They don't exist. You know, it always cracks me up when people are like, oh, I'm a logical person. I only think logically. Facts don't care about your feelings. Like, those are usually the most emotional fucking people I know. Like, they are the most irrational, emotionally charged people you will fucking find anywhere. The more they claim to be impartial and rational, the more fucking intensely emotional they are. Stroop, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Be awesome to have. I would love that. I know a lot of people would hate it, and the Satel guys would fucking lose their minds over it for sure. But I'd love to have that. I would actually... Like, this is something I'd love to have, and it would be ideal for a dynamic campaign, but especially if you could get it in multiplayer. Getting it in multiplayer would be harder to do, but having your individual aircraft have, like, slightly randomized parameters. So if you lucked into getting a particularly fast aircraft, you would have a very strong incentive to keep that plane from being shot down. Because you don't want to lose it, because it's a little bit faster than its peers, it's a little bit better, it handles a little bit nicer, you know. Something like that, you get attached to it, just like a real pilot would. Whereas if you get the short straw and you get the fucking plane that came out of the factory at 5 PM on a Friday and it came out of the jig sideways and nothing works, maybe you wouldn't care so much. Or you know what, maybe over time you would adapt to it and you would learn to love it. And then if somebody else ended up flying that plane, they'd lose their shit. But, you know, for you it becomes second nature. Like, that kind of shit, I really like that. I really like that idea. You know, and the thought of being the guy whose plane is a janky piece of shit and then just dominating people with it anyway, that would be like the ultimate bragging rights. Ultimate DCS Wet Dream is persistent cockpit aircraft state? Yes. Yes, please. Yes, give me it. Give me it. And give me a fucking marker pen, like a grease pencil, so I can write on the inside of the canopy. I'm not going to draw notch lines or anything on it. I want to specifically, on my Mi-8, on the pilot's left side window, I'm going to have days since last accident. That's what I'm going to use that for. Hey, Ink. Intensely biased, but make it part of the meme? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I think with my bias, it's a particularly interesting one, because it's not that I dislike blue aircraft or I think they're inferior. It's more that most of the people I interact with, as an English speaker, you know, I'm not on the Russian forum speaking Russian to people, because I'm not that advanced. I have like toddler level vocabulary. But because I'm mostly speaking to people who speak English and are from the US or Europe or whatever, they mostly fly blue aircraft and they mostly fanboy over blue aircraft. And so I will sometimes perhaps exaggerate the flaws of a Western aircraft just to drive home to these people that their plane isn't perfect. Kind of like, you know, kind of like the whole Verbu surge that happened a couple of years ago, where people would make out that German tanks were garbage, not because they had some big flaws, but they weren't garbage, but because the fucking Verabus were so over the top, you had to kind of counterbalance them. That's basically what I do. Like, people saying, oh, the Phantom's gonna wreck shit, I don't know how we'll balance it. Like, no, it's not. I'm not gonna say the Phantom's a bad plane, because it's certainly not, and I'm planning on wrecking shit with it, but if you think you're gonna get in a Phantom and automatically own everything in the sky, boy, are you in for a rude shock. Like, the Phantom has horrific ergonomics. They're worse than the MiG-21. Its visibility is horrible. Its radar on the F4E is not looked down, so good luck killing anything that's flying lower than you if they simulate it properly. Like, it's a good plane, but boy, you're gonna have to learn some harsh lessons when it comes out. You know? Whoops-a-daisy. And likewise, you know, my kind of thing of telling blues, hey, you're gonna have a really bad time when the MiG-23 comes, is because they underestimate it. It's not because I think the MiG-23 is a Jesus plane. It's my favorite Cold War jet, but I don't think it's a fucking omnipotent Jesus plane. I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for, but I'm not deluding myself about turning inside my own asshole and out-BVRing fucking F-18s. Like, well, maybe I could out-BVR F-18s if they're dumb enough. But, you know, I will make a point of telling primarily blue players, hey, this is a Mark 2.6 jet, armed. Now, am I going to be flying at Mark 2.6? Fuck no, because it's dangerous, and if it's simulated correctly, that should be very risky. But the jet is aerodynamically capable of Mark 2.6 on a cold day, so about ISA -10, with 2 medium-range missiles attached. So that is an armed aircraft, BVR-capable aircraft, doing Mach 2.6. The actual service limit's 2.35. Above 2.35, your directional stability starts to get really marginal, which is why you don't go above that speed, but again, like, theoretically, this aircraft is capable of something nothing else in DCS except the MiG-29 can do. Not even a clean F-15 in DCS will do that speed. Nothing except the MiG-29 will. But I'm trying to kind of drill it into their heads. Hey, like, you should sit up. You should take notice of this. You should pay attention to what your what your opponent's planes can do, so you can become a better pilot and be ready for it. It's like with the F5s, you know. How many fucking blue players on Cold War servers whine about, ooh, my aim 9s never hit? It takes a fucking red player to get in their plane and show them how to do it. Like, these are fucking excellent missiles. You just need to know what you're doing. You just need to actually understand how these missiles work. You need to understand what the limitations of the MiG-21's missiles are. And you need to combine those two. Like, you know, the whole know your enemy thing. Who would have thought? Like, I don't fly a lot of blue planes. I don't really fly the modern blue stuff much at all. But I do occasionally fly it. And you know what? It helps me understand what those planes can and can't do. So when I find myself facing one, I know what he can and can't do, and I can predict with some degree of accuracy how he's going to react to me. It's such a huge advantage. I don't understand the mindset of people who say, I'll never fly a red plane, or I'll never fly a blue plane. I have said I will not fly the A-10C, but that's because I don't want to have to learn, like, 9,000 pages of systems. I have flown the A-10A, I know what the A-10's capable of, and even though I don't fly it myself, I watch streams of people flying it. So, like, I will watch a very experienced A-10 guy flying the A-10, so I'm like, oh, okay, so that's what it can do. Same thing. Like, I don't understand the sort of tribalistic mindset of, oh, I'm never gonna play that side's planes. You're fucking shooting yourself in the foot, dude. You're never gonna be able to fight them effectively if you don't understand what they can do. Discovery Wings, Great Plains F5 Tiger. As we see now, can you tell us how great the F5 is? How useful it is? F5, the F5, unironically, in the current DCS Cold War kind of context, where the scariest thing Red has is a MiG-21 BIS, the F5 is legitimately a good fighter. It's actually good, but you have to know how to use it, which most blues don't. The F5 will outturn the MiG-21. It will out-instantaneous the 19, but it won't out-sustain it. It has 2 excellent missiles. The guns are kind of inaccurate, but I actually like the guns being inaccurate because it means I can just kind of point the nose at them and spray and I'll hit something. Having a gun that's super accurate works against you sometimes. Like the MiG-29 with how twitchy its nose is, that gun is laser accurate, and yet it's so hard to land hits sometimes because the plane's jerking around. If I had shotgun accuracy like the F5 does, I would hit them. Like, I actually preferred the Hornet's old gun dispersion because it meant if somebody tried to merge head-on with me, I'd just pull the trigger and scare them off with this fucking cone of yellow coming at them. Now I actually have to aim. But yeah, like, the F5's a fucking excellent little light fighter. Does it have some serious flaws? Yeah, it has pretty low structural integrity, so you can't pull super hard at high speed. It has no thrust to speak of at all, so it doesn't accelerate that well. Actually, no. I stand corrected. It does accelerate well at low altitude. Up high, not so much, because you're losing your thrust as well. But down low, it accelerates really well, because it's got quite good aerodynamics that make up for the shitty engines. But, you know, it has its pluses and minuses. And if you learn to harness it properly, I would say, and I've kind of been questioned on this logic before, but I would say, in the hands of equally skilled pilots with equal knowledge of their own aircraft and the enemy aircraft, like basically if you take somebody who flies both equally and with equal skill, they're equivalent. They are equivalent at low altitude. The higher you go, the bigger the advantage gets for the MiG-21, but at low altitude, up to about, I don't know, 10,000, 15,000 feet, they are, for all intents and purposes, about equal. You know, the MiG-21 accelerates better and climbs better, but the F5 sustains turn better. The MiG-21 carries more missiles and has radar-guided missiles, but the F5 has better missiles. The MiG-21's radar gives you IFF and is overperforming at the moment. The F5's radar is also overperforming at the moment, but also gives you a bit more flexibility. They're more or less equivalent. Like, if you put me in either plane, I will probably rack up about the same number of kills in either. And I have borne that out through statistics. If you look at my performance on Enigma server, I don't think you can break down the stats to this level yet, but I do about as well in the F5, if not slightly better, than I do in the MiG-21. On Alpine server, I do about the same with them. I didn't just wait for Enigma server, so I have been tracking for like 2 years, pretty much all of my sorties on Cold War, on either Cold War server, and some of the ones on Blue Flag. So I go through TAC-View after a session. I'll go through TAC-View, I'll count up how many aircraft I killed, what I killed them with, who was flying them, what the situation was, like if it was at high altitude, low altitude, whatever. I will go, I've got these tally sheets. I have tally sheets for months and months and months where I go through TAC-View and I analyze this shit. So I know what my performance is in any given aircraft at any given time. And it's not so I can go around bragging I'm the best pilot ever, it's so I know, okay, well, this works for me, this doesn't work for me, this plane is roughly equivalent for me to this plane, you know, this is how I want to engage this is how I want to engage that. It's, something probably more people should do before they start mouthing off about how the game is imbalanced, honestly. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break and get myself a drink so I don't lose my voice, and then we'll check out Enigma server, I think. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. While I wait for the kettle to boil, let's catch up on chat. I think the main mistake I see from Blues is comparing their newer aircraft to the older Red aircraft. Yeah, so this is something I've spoken about on stream before as well. Is there's generally poor awareness, particularly within DCS, but outside of DCS as well. There is generally poor awareness of timelines. So, for instance, most Blue players' eyes will pop out of their heads if you tell them the initial batches of F-15As did not have inbuilt countermeasures. They didn't. They had to carry pods. This is a 1970s super fighter. It did not have countermeasures. And they don't believe you. It's like, except for the Americans, because of their traumatic experiences over North Vietnam, almost nobody had functional RWRs above the level of the MiG-21's SPO-10 until, like, the mid-80s. Like, the Mirage F1 we're getting basically has an SPO-10 chowing down on a baguette and holding an onion. That's the fucking Mirage's radar warning receiver. It's a French SPO-10. A lot of British jets didn't even have radar warning receivers. Like, you know, so much of this stuff is... People just don't understand timelines. They really don't. You know, comparing, like, the DCS F-18 to an F-18A circa 1983, 84, whenever it was it first started entering service. It's a completely different jet. It is a completely different jet. I mean, the cockpit like, from outside the cockpit looks the same because the F-18 was kind of the first glass cockpit fighter. But even the screens are different. The Alpha did not have colored displays. It wasn't tested, I don't think. It was part of the 2398 mock-up. So the 2398, which is kind of the photo that goes around when people want to say, oh, but we need the upgraded MiG-23. Like, no. The 2398 was a demonstrator, which was an MLD, with some screens grafted into the cockpit, and a bunch of missiles laid out around it that it could not carry and support. It was literally a demo model. It was a mock-up. And that was part of Mikoyan's bid in the mid to late 90s to try and offer upgrade packages to the existing MiG-23 export operators. Now, it's worth noting that the MiG-23 didn't even last that long in foreign service after the fall of the Soviet Union, because, as it happens, the MiG-21 is cheaper and easier to operate. Not that the MiG-23 is expensive or complicated, it's really not. It's a little more so than the MiG-21, because it's variable geometry, it's got much more complex avionics, but generally speaking, most countries that were export customers were either getting planes off the Americans at this point, or were getting MiG-29s off the Russians, or we're just going back to MiG-21s. Cuba, for instance, retired both its MiG-23s and its MiG-29s, impressively, before its MiG-21s, which are still in service, just because they're cheaper and easier to work on. And Cuba's, I guess, kind of downscaled its military a bit, since the Americans seem slightly less hostile towards them now. What in the actual alternate reality fuck is going on? I was on Alpins and Red was stacked when I joined. But it was also a great demonstration of just how fucking good AIM-9s are. Like, not even 9P5s, dude. Just regular 9Ps. Fucking almost 90-degree shots on a MiG-19, and it fucking deleted him. It was beautiful. Phantom's cool, but not great. Yeah, like, the Phantom's not a bad plane. At the time the Phantom was designed, in the late 50s, it was a good plane. The problem is, like the MiG-21, it was a good plane in the late 50s, and it just had more and more shit plastered onto it to try and keep it relevant. Like, the Phantom's not a bad fighter. It's not a good fighter. There's certainly better ones out there, but it's not a bad fighter. The Phantom's reputation as this amazing destroyer of MiGs and killer of anything that takes to the air... I don't know if you guys realize how badly outnumbered the Vietnamese were in their own airspace, but if you care to just look up the numbers of available aircraft, I mean available aircraft, not even the ones they had in the air on any given day, that the North Vietnamese had, compare that to the number of Phantoms that the US was sortying any single day of the war. They were hilariously outnumbered. Of course the fucking Phantom's gonna wreck shit in that environment. Of course it's gonna wreck shit. What are the Vietnamese gonna fucking do against it? That's why they made hit-and-run attacks. It's not because, ooh, MiG-21 Interceptor. It's because they didn't want to lose the precious few aircraft they had to the swarms of F-4s and F-8s circling around overhead. That's not a strike against the Phantom either. It's just, that's how wars go. You don't attack, as the Russians are currently demonstrating for everyone's benefit, you don't attack with a smaller force than what the enemy can defend with. Like, you just don't. Likewise, all of the US's fucking shooings of Middle Eastern countries recently, the Americans turned up with like 5 times the amount of jets that the country they were attacking had. That's how you do war. It would be fucking stupid to roll in with the exact same number of fighters because you want to prove who has the best. Like, that's just dumb. No one does that. You know, so people draw some fucking outlandishly stupid conclusions about equipment from warfare. And they're doing it now with Ukraine. They're doing it now with Ukraine about, oh, you know, Russian tanks bad or Russian planes bad. Buddy, I've got a revelation for you. Look at what the fucking Ukrainians are using. They're using Soviet vintage equipment and they're kicking ass with it. It's not the equipment that's bad. It's the way it's being used by the Russians that's bad. There is nothing wrong with Russian equipment. Yes, some of it might be a little behind the times in terms of fancy electronics. They might still be lagging behind in thermals, blah, 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 whatever. But when you use the equipment to its strengths, with good doctrine, it fucking works. Especially if you have a numerical advantage, like you're supposed to when you go to war with somebody. You know, it's funny too, because it's not just armchair generals. Like, I expect this from Hoggett posters and, like, fucking national interest readers who are, like, the lowest form of intellect you will find anywhere. Thanks for the follow, Ray-Ban. I expect that from them, right? I expect shit takes from those kinds of people. But from actual people whose job it is to study these fields, you get these takes as well. And it's like, you paid how much to get a degree in underwater basket weaving and go work for the Goat Fuck Institute, some international think tank on military affairs, and you still think you can draw conclusions about the quality of equipment from the outcome of a war where one side is very clearly better at war than the other side? Like, come on, bro. Give me a break. Yeah, Chieftain's video. Chieftain's video hit the nail on the head. You cannot draw conclusions yet about the quality of equipment. You cannot draw conclusions yet about the outcome. You can kind of guess that maybe the outcome, this or that outcome's possible. Like I said, it's actually potentially possible that Ukraine could win this conventionally. Is it likely? Not yet. Not yet. But it's possible. I would have said it wasn't a couple weeks ago. So you can, that's about as far as you can draw a conclusion. You can't say Ukraine will win this, or Russia will do this, Russia will capture this. You can't. You certainly can't say, oh, well, this Russian tank is bad, or this Russian plane is bad, or this Ukrainian plane is fucking amazing. It's a fucking Soviet plane from the 70s. Like, you know. Yeah, Bo's really good as well. For those that don't follow him, Bo of the Fifth Column on YouTube is fucking fantastic. Go give him a sub. Anyway, my tea's ready. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, since I fell so far behind on chat, I'm going to catch up for a bit, and then we'll hop in Enigma server. Honestly think the only Cold War playing DCS would be really problematic to deal with as an opponent is the MiG-23. Others like F4, F-14, etc. are good, but 23 being a single-seater, more speed... The speed is what does it. The speed is what does it. Like, it is difficult to really relate the speed of the MiG-23 to anything people in DCS are used to. The MiG-29 is the golden benchmark for speed in DCS right now. Like, everyone's, oh, F-15 fast. No, go fly the MiG-29. The MiG-29's faster in DCS. It's faster in real life, too. Its actual service limit's lower. Its service limit's like 2.2 or 2.35 or something. It's probably 2.35. Most MiG-29 aircraft are. But that is a service limit. The aircraft is aerodynamically capable of much higher speeds. Which is typical for Soviet aircraft. The service limit was almost always below what the aircraft could actually achieve. Particularly for Mikoyan's Mark II fighters. Like, that's something to bear very strongly in mind. You know, when I say the MiG-21 will go Mark 2.05, that's a service limit. When I say, and in DCS you can only go that speed because it'll flame out the engine, but in real life it could go faster, but it was a stability limit, as well as I think partly engine and also friction heating. MiG-23, 2.35 limit, actual potential top speed on a cold day, 2.6. MiG-29, about 2.35 limit, somewhere around there. Actual potential top speed, again, somewhere around 2.5, 2.6. They are fast aircraft, really fast. They have a lot of power behind them. But yeah, the MiG-23, for reference, the MiG-23 will accelerate from Mach 1 to Mach 2 in 100 seconds at 10 kilometers altitude. To put that in perspective, the MiG-29 in DCS will do that in 150 seconds, so nearly a full minute slower. A clean F-15 in DCS, as in no weapons, no tanks, nothing, will do it in 161, which is just over a minute slower. I've tested this, by the way. This is from my own in-game flight testing. Standard atmosphere, of course. An F-15 armed with 4 Sidewinders, 4 Sparrows will not reach Mark II. Will not reach Mark II on a standard day in DCS. And it wouldn't in real life either. Like, if you actually look up the speed charts for the F-15, it is theoretically a Mark II aircraft. If it's clean, it's a Mark II aircraft. On a really cold day, it's a Mark II aircraft. But on a standard day in an armed configuration, the F-15 is not a Mark II aircraft. It gets close, really close. It brushes up around like 1.9 something, but it is not a Mark II aircraft. Likewise with the F-14, that aircraft clean will get up to about 2.3, 2.4-ish. But armed, you will never see that speed. You will not see Mark II in an armed F-14. It's just too draggy. It doesn't have the power. The Soviet aircraft, with their 2.35 limits, when they say 2.35, that plane will go 2.35, fully armed. The Su-27 won't. The Su-27, again, it will break Mark II armed, but only just, and it takes a long while to get there. Clean, it gets there really fast. It's like 130 seconds or something in DCS. But the light fighters, the MiG-21, the MiG-23, the MiG-29, they will all reach their advertised top speed while armed with air-to-air weapons. They are phenomenally fast aircraft. And that speed, and particularly that acceleration in the MiG-23 is going to skew a lot of fights in its favor. Sure, it doesn't turn amazingly. Like, it doesn't turn badly, but it doesn't turn super well either. Its situational awareness isn't great, but you know what? It has the speed of God. That thing can come in, sort on you, get a missile away, and then fuck off before you even know what's happened. Like, I'm just imagining 2 ship elements of MiG-23s attacking from alternate directions with slashing attacks. There's basically nothing you can do to counter that other than just not going near them. You know, you can't even run away from it. You cannot extend away from a MiG-23. It will catch you. No matter what you are flying in DCS, the MiG-23 will catch you. Fully armed. It does not care. And if you try and catch it, it'll just fuck off. It will outrun you, and it will outrun the missiles you fire at it. Like, That is where this speed becomes important. So do I think it's going to be an all-encompassing killing machine? No, but I think it's going to be really difficult to fight because people just aren't used to dealing with something that fast. You know, it's one thing to fight people flying at Mach 1.7 or something up in high cons in an F-16 or Growling Sidewinder. It is something else entirely to have a jet come sprinting in at you at Mach 2.3, or God forbid even higher, and then just slash straight past you and disappear before you can react. Like, that is something nobody has dealt with in DCS. I think it's going to be really interesting watching them learn to deal with it. On the other hand, on the part of the MiG-23 pilot, you're going to have to resist that temptation to bleed off speed and turn. You're really going to have to resist the temptation. So it's going to take adaptation from both sides, and high closure rates are hard to deal with, because things happen so fast. Like, you guys who were watching yesterday saw me fighting in the MiG-19, or sorry, MiG-29 rather. Me and Tony and Marduk engaging Davey and Enigma in their Tomcats. Shit was happening so fast in that fight, I couldn't keep up. At one point, I mistook an A-10 for Davey, because I saw a blip on the radar and locked something and I couldn't visually see it, and I just saw it flaring, and that was where Davey was, so I fired at it. It was an A-10. Davey was like another 20 degrees off to my side by the time I fired that missile. The MiG-23 is going to amplify that. You're going to have to think really fast. You're going to have to be able to process like 5 different pieces of information at once to operate well in that plane. It's going to be really challenging. Really, really fun. Thumbnail needs to change to thumbs up smiling Reagan with blue overlay. So, I do have a couple of overlays. Hang on, I'll switch scenes so you can see them. I've got a couple, which are just waiting for an opportunity to use. I kind of want to do some new ones. I think for when I'm flying, like, the Huey or other blue helicopters, I need to do, like, I don't know, like, LBJ or maybe Reagan or something wearing a fucking propeller hat. For the MiG-21, I want to have, like, a balalaika. What's one of the other ones? I've still got to finish my PVO one. I do have a PVO one, but it's unfinished. I got to redraw the dude's hat because it looks like he sat on it. So we've got, of course, we have the classic right here. The classic. Then we have this one for when I'm flying the modern Red Force stuff and I'm slinging ETs at people. Then this one for the Mirage 2000, which is going to see some renewed usage when the Mirage F1 comes out. And then I've also got... Hang on. I've got to figure out which scene it was on. Is it on this one? No, it's not. Is it on this one? I thought I had a scene for it. What the fuck? Okay, well I guess I don't. I thought I had a scene where I had a PVO commander, but I must have not saved it. But I do have an overlay for that. I'm just going to sit in the multiplayer lobby while we chat for a bit, guys. Don't mind me. So easy to keep at 600. Yeah, it is. Like, literally, since I've got the detent set up so well in this new throttle, I can sit on my mill detent and I'll be doing 550 knots on the deck in the F5. Like, that plane is so quick on the deck. You don't need to merge. And even if you do, first of all, don't pull up and roll at the same time while you're doing 550 knots. Your wings will come off. But if you merge in the F5, you know what you do? 400 knots. You pull and you maintain 400 knots. Against a MiG-21, unless it's Davey, that is a near guaranteed win. You'll grind his energy down, he'll either have to break off, at which point you can reverse on him, or he will drain all his hiccups. He'll drain all his energy and you can get behind him and gun him. Jesus Christ. Anyway, against the 19 that won't work. But against the 19 you're kind of screwed anyway. What you have to try and do against MiG-19s is reel them in, let them get really close without getting guns on, and then reverse on them. Because the MiG-19 has horrible instantaneous turn. It cannot pull its nose. So, against the MiG-21, that's dangerous, because the MiG-21 can pull its nose as good as you, if not better. But against the MiG-19, it can't do it. Same with the Su-25. If you see a Su-25 and you want to engage it, do not try and outrate him. Do not two-circle with him. Go one circle, because he cannot pull his nose around, even when he's clean and light on fuel, he cannot pull his nose like you can. Like, if you've seen me dogfighting F5s in the Su-25, that is what makes me shit myself when I see them reverse across my nose, because I cannot follow it. It's just, either get the snapshot or I'm fucked, pretty much. Kill death in the F5 is the best out of all the modules I fly, probably tied with the Viggen. The P5 does help blow the stats out a lot, I find. Like, if you took the P5 away, I would probably have identical stats in the MiG-21 and the F5. I more or less do from Alpin's server. Like I said, I tally this shit up. I have been analyzing this shit for some time. And in my opinion, those two aircraft, while they are different and they have different strengths and weaknesses, they are roughly equivalent in DCS right now. It's just a case of how well you know them. How well you can use them. Seeing people say that Trump was the US Yeltsin and we're still on the whole post-Soviet collapse trajectory. I mean, there is some merit to that comparison. There is some merit to that comparison. But you better hope it's fucking wrong, because what comes after Yeltsin? Is the Phantom still a good fighter now? Not really. It's a good bomb truck. Like, it's an excellent strike aircraft. It carries a fucking massive payload, but as an air superiority fighter, it's had its day. It's better than nothing for sure, but it's had its day. It's like the MiG-21. You know, they're mostly there as a deterrent against countries that have even less fighters than you do. Because if somebody like the US or Russia comes knocking on your door, assuming the Russians remember how to fucking do war anytime in the next couple decades. If they come knocking on your door and you have a MiG-21 or a Phantom, you're fucked. There's nothing really you can do against them. You might get a lucky kill here or there, but you're really gonna suffer. Can't wait for real data about the fight for the era of Ukraine. Yeah, absolutely. It'll be really interesting. Really, really interesting. Always go to war against third world countries to win USA tactic. That's everyone's tactic. Like, every great power in human history has done that. That's how the Brits got their empire. That's how the French got their empire. It's how the Americans got their empire. That's how the Russians are trying to get an empire, but they forgot that Ukraine is not actually a third world country. But, you know, it's the same shit. Nobody who is sane is going to try and beat up a country equivalent to or bigger than them. Nobody. Like, you have to be many levels of stupid to attempt that. F-15 may be fast, but it's all engine. Can't even pull more than 6... Yeah, it's all engine. Look, the F-15 in DCS is amazing. Particularly in BFM and at low altitude, it's a monster. Like, that plane is an absolute easy mode in DCS gunfights. But it's people attribute magical thinking to it. They think it performs way better than it actually does because of this magical reputation. It's not real. You know, it's a great plane, but it has its limitations, just like any other great plane. It's like the MiG-29 is a fucking amazing plane, but you look at people trying to fly it in DCS and they're complaining, oh, this can't be realistic, oh, it sucks, it can't turn, because you're too fast. You're too fast and the limiter system's restricting your fucking control inputs, or your control outputs, rather. Like, you know, you have to know your aircraft, you have to know what it can and can't do. Was America just behind in engine tech? No. No, the Americans had pretty good engine. The American engines had a bit of a different design philosophy, though. American engines, Western engines in general, were designed to last longer between overhauls. The Soviets hot-rodded the fuck out of their engines. You know, their engines would often have between 300 and 1,000 hour time before overhaul. And it's not because they didn't know how to build jet engines. It's not even because their material science was bad. You know, in places it was a bit sketchy, but it wasn't that bad. It was because they hot-rodded the fuck out of their engines. They wanted performance. And they were willing to make the trade-off of low engine lifetime to get that performance. Again, it's trade-offs. Like, do you design a plane to last 50 years in peacetime service? Or do you design a plane that's going to be replaced after 20 years of being rode hard and put away wet? You want to know why there's barely any MiG-23s left in service, and even the MiG-29's starting to go the way of the Dodo? That's why. They were not designed for 50 years of peacetime service. They were designed with the idea that every 10 to 20 years, the Soviet Union, as they thought it would still exist by now, would be rolling out successive generations of aircraft that improved upon the last, because that's how they'd been going beforehand. You can get to Mark II armed in the Sukhois. It just takes a while to get there. Like, a couple of minutes to get there. Will the 23 catch a Eurofighter? I would presume it would. I don't know what the Eurofighter's top speed is. I know it can supercruise, which is an advantage, but, you know, supercruise is an economy thing. If its top-end speed isn't high enough, and especially if its acceleration isn't high enough, the 23 will catch it. That's something that's important to note. Sometimes acceleration matters more for catching something or getting away from something than top speed does. You could theoretically have the same top speed as your opponent, or even slightly less, but if you have much better acceleration, you are effectively faster than him. He can't touch you. Acceleration's really important. '23 will outrun those AMRAAMs and SD-10s. It will, but you have to know they're coming with your beat brute machine. So it's, again, swings and roundabouts. You can kinematically defeat anything people send at you, but you have to know it's coming first with your janky, shitty little RWR. Now, fast and high doctrine in Kiap, we know all too well how fast 80 kilometers... Yeah, exactly. At Mark II, those distances close down so fast, you really have to try and stay ahead of the aircraft. You really do. Because if you lapse concentration for even, like, 2 seconds, you're dead. You're really fucked at that point. Most of my BVR experience has been in the 29 against Tomcats, and I'm usually doing about 1.4, 1.6 by that point. Because I typically cruise subsonic and then accelerate when I see them commit on me. So I'm not even going my full speed, and that is stressful, because things just happen so fast, it snowballs so quickly. At Mark 2.3 it'd be insane. Yeah, the Mirage F1 should be fast, but I doubt it accelerates super well, and it doesn't have a lot of power. What does giraffing mean? It means when you've got a high-flying aircraft, this is something the Iraqis did against Tomcats during the Iran-Iraq War. You've got a high-flying aircraft, you sneak in under its radar coverage. This isn't like DCS cockroaching where you're permanently flying low. This is different. You are specifically staying low because you know his look-down isn't going to be great. So you come under his radar cone, and then pop up underneath him and kind of do an Immelman in behind him and kill him that way. The Iranians bagged a number of the Iraqis bagged a number of Iranian Tomcats doing that, including several with MiG-23s, and I think a couple with Mirage F1s. But the MiG-23 in Iraqi service actually did really well for itself. Really, really well for itself. Really impressive. Mikoyan made a variable geometry wing actually lightweight, unlike a certain Panavia. I love the Tornado, but I think that's another plane that people are going to need some serious reality checking on if we ever get it. German jet engines in the 40s only lasted 30 hours and 30 hours new and 10 hours refurbished. I'd say the Russians did. Yeah, exactly. Like, the first Soviet jet engines were literally Junkers Umo jet engines and BMW 003s that the Soviets took, and they built them with Soviet metallurgy, which was a lot better than German metallurgy. And they got a lot more hours out of them. But yeah, like, by the time things like for instance, the R-15, the MiG-25's engine, that was originally intended for a high-speed reconnaissance drone, the Tupolev 123, the Yastreb, which is a fucking badass looking drone, by the way. that was why it had such a low TBO, because it was 150 hours, I think, because it was designed to be used in a single fucking use drone. Why spend the extra money and use better metals when you can do it cheaply on your single use drone? And then they decided to put it in the MiG-25 and very quickly realized, fuck, we need better TBO. So it went up to 300 hours, and I think from there they improved it again up to like 500 or something. I think the R-25 300 and the MiG-21 is about 300-ish from memory. With 1 hour total... Was it 1 hour total time of emergency afterburner between overhauls? I think it was. There's a clock in the one of the main landing gear bays for it. So it's 3 minutes continuous, 30 seconds cooling, and then you can select it again, or it's 1 hour total, and then the engine's off to the depot to get gutted and rebuilt. Yeah, that is one thing that the Eurofighter's situational awareness is going to work in its favor against the 23 for sure. It might have the speed to do it, but it's not going to be doing much sneaky. At least in the Cold War, I think American aircraft are designed for a vastly different strategic and operational mission. Yeah, absolutely. And that makes perfect sense. You design for the situation you have. You devise doctrine for the military you have. You know, for instance, there's a lot of kind of talk, especially now with what Russia's doing, there's a lot of talk about sort of Soviet-era military doctrine versus Western military doctrine. A lot of misunderstandings and smack talk about, oh, dumbasses don't know how to do war. Like, no, they knew how to do war very well. The Germans can attest to that. They knew very fucking well how to do war. The Soviets were where the Germans learnt that shit from. The issue that the Soviet Union had was they had 15 or 16, depending what year, constituent republics. Not everyone spoke the same level of Russian as each other. They had a largely conscript army, and they had, you know, a much smaller economy than any of the countries that they were kind of up against. And so they had to work with that, and they did. They put an inordinate amount of time and energy into researching military art. And so they came up with these beautiful doctrines that if you apply it, color by numbers directly out of the book, as the book tells you to, it might be messy depending who you're fighting, but it will inevitably get you what you want. That's the plan. Like, it might be a mess, it might work perfectly depending who you're fighting, depending how they react, but generally speaking, if you do the things the book tells you to, in the order it tells you to, you should achieve your objectives. And that's because it's designed for a conscript army with a smaller budget, but with a shitload of equipment and, you know, and relatively few experienced officers. Because as soon as you have inexperienced officers trying to get visits from the Good Idea Fairy and modify doctrine, that's when shit goes south rapidly. Whereas in the West, they put a lot more money into training officers and training up NCOs, and they had largely professional armies, or at least a professional corps, and that would help them use initiative more. So they could modify, like, they, instead of having a fixed set doctrine, they had a toolbox full of things that they could use and mix and match as necessary. And that was how they did things. So you always design for the military you have and the war you think you're going to fight, not the one you want to have. If you design stuff for the military you want to have, you're setting yourself up for failure. As I think somebody is busy learning at the moment. The Iraqis... Yeah, the Iraqis managed to catch F-15s off guard quite a few times, particularly with MiG-25s. Iraq is quite interesting in that they actually used the MiG-25 at much lower altitudes than you would typically find them, and they did pretty well for themselves. You know, they bagged a Hornet, and I think they mostly avoided getting shot down themselves. I'm not sure if the US actually did manage to kill a 25 during Desert Storm. I know I'm pretty sure they got at least one of them in Southern Watch and Northern Watch, but I don't remember if they got one during Desert Storm. But either way, they're pretty formidable aircraft when you use them smartly. Have the Russians used No. They would be very stupid too. They don't have enough of them. Likewise, they haven't used the T-14 Armata, despite what various journalists have claimed. But yeah, they don't have many. They're basically irreplaceable, especially now that the sanctions are taking effect. A lot of their military industry is ground to a halt because not as much as everyone else, but still, like everyone else, they are dependent on foreign components. You know, it's not the Cold War anymore. The Soviet Union can't just magic itself all its own components, or call on Comintern to supply them with shit they don't have. Russia is reliant on other countries. I mean, a lot of their military industry was in Ukraine. Like, a lot of the Soviet Union's main military industry was in Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, which is now outside the borders of Russia. There's a lot of stuff that they could do in the 80s in the Soviet Union that Russia is only just regaining the capability of. Because they lost the factories, they lost the know-how, it went to other countries. But yeah, they haven't used any of the Gucci new stuff. The newest stuff I've seen them deploy aircraft-wise is Su-35s. Haven't actually been spotted over Ukraine as far as I know, but they have been patrolling on the Belarus side of the border. And they've... actually, no, they have been sending some over. They've been making long-range shots in over the... from the east, I think, because there was some HUD footage of one firing an R-77 at something. They've also been using Su-34s. Yeah, the Soviets had engines coming out of their ears. So again, it made perfect sense for them to build cheap, cheaper, larger numbers of engines and then just hot swap them. And then, you know, you'd send the knackered engine back to the depot and they'd rebuild it. Made perfect sense. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Soviet Union, when you actually look at the status of its economy, like, the amount of resources it had and the, like, what it could do with what it had, they did some pretty impressive stuff. Like, yeah, haha, they had a tiny economy. Oh, you know, we ground them into dust with our superior... Like, who cares? For what they had, they did really well. And this is the thing, like, a lot of countries people like to shit on, like, oh, look at them, they're so shitty and impoverished. Like, if you compare them to the US, which is Minecraft on peaceful mode, yeah, of course they're not going to look that impressive, but when you actually look at their material situation, they do really well. Like, there are a lot of countries in the world that are like that, like Iran, for instance. Yes, Iran occasionally produces some absolutely cringe-worthy mock-ups, like that fucking stealth plane thing they had a while ago. But they have an aviation industry. Iran builds missiles. Iran builds guided bombs. Iran put another tail fin on the F-5. They keep a Tomcat fleet fine. Like, do you know how many countries on Earth have a fucking viable aviation industry? I'll give you a hint. It's in the single digits. Like, having an aviation industry at all is already impressive. Having it while you're under sanctions from most of the planet is pretty fucking good. You know, like, I feel like more people need to take these things into account when they assess the status of a country. Like, yeah, they might be kind of backwards or they might be a pariah state or whatever, but for what they actually have available, are they utilizing it well? You know, how are they actually doing? There's a lot of, like, especially historically, not so much now, like, we all know that DPRK is kind of the butt of many jokes these days, but until about the mid-70s, the DPRK had a stronger economy than South Korea. Most people don't know that. It also arguably had a slightly less genocidal government until about the mid-70s. Korea in the Cold War was fucked up. Really fucked up. But most people don't know that. They had a better economy until the 70s when South Korea overtook them. And of course, their economy completely fucking imploded by the late 80s, but it's not a well-known fact. Yeah, so do the French. The French actually are one of the big aviation industries in the world. Like, France has always pursued a policy of looking after itself and always being reliant on itself as much as possible. The French are net exporters. The French export fighters to people. The French export electronics to people. Fuck, the reason that half the Russian tank factories are not producing anything at the moment is because they're dependent on French electronics. Like, the French will export to anyone and everyone to fund their own aviation industry, and it works fucking beautifully for them. 4 countries capable to build a fighter plane on their own, including everything like engine and stuff: China, Russia, USA, and France. Yep, and previously the United Kingdom, but not anymore. The UK lost that capability in about the 1960s, the mid-1960s. Canada also used to have that capability until about, what year was the arrow cancelled? Like 59 or something? Anyway, that's enough of me nattering. My tea's probably gone cold by now. Let's do some DCS. Oh look, Red's outnumbered now. Oh, and I spy a Tomcat. I spy an F-14. I know what I'm flying. It's heartbreaking. And this is the really sad thing. Like, as more and more countries offshore their industry and rely just on global trade for everything, it kind of lessens the amount of innovation in the world in a way. You know, you see less novel solutions to things because there's less brain power being applied to a certain problem. If everyone's asking an American or a Russian engineer to solve their problems instead of having their own engineers do it, you're going to get an American or a Russian solution. You're not going to get a British solution, or, you know, a Chilean solution, or a fucking, you know, I don't know, like, fucking Lesotho solution. It's kind of sad, man. It's kind of sad. I understand that, obviously, not every country has the economic basis to support that kind of industry, but it is a shame to see the diversity go out of aviation. It really is. Not just aviation, everything, really. Life's more interesting when things are more diverse. Let's grab a 29. Do I not have enough? Oh no, I do have enough points. How many Tomcats do they have? Is it just the one? You know what? No, let's fly a 21. Let's be a 21 Chad today. I'll leave the 29 open for someone else. I need to save up some more points anyway, because I got Davied twice yesterday. I think they were reliant on import for some of the parts of the CF5, but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that. I hate when it does this. So there's an issue, and I have it with a couple modules, but it's mostly the 21 that does it these days, where the cockpit angles, because I have, like, I save custom cockpit angles, but they get all messed up, and it keeps happening, and it's very annoying. Because I've got to reset it every time it happens, and it's really fiddly to do. I think that looks about right. We'll set it there, and then right Alt 0 will save that. We'll unpause the track IR, and hey, there we go. That's better. Helps if I'm in the right SRS. Oh, one of the Tomcats is sad he doesn't get Phoenixes. What a shame. He'll actually have to put himself at risk and come in missile range if he wants to get kills. Isn't that terrible? We might have some frame rate issues in here. Sometimes when I stream on Enigma server, it doesn't get along well with OBS. So I do apologize in advance. I'm hoping that when I go over to MSFS later, we won't have that fucking annoying sound bug. We probably will, though. I haven't put it on the new SSD yet. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 1 for luck. I might need to readjust this view a little more. I feel like it's looking down too far. I like to look over the nose of the aircraft, but I don't want to be looking, like, too far down, because then it throws out my sense of perspective. B29 ambient today. I was planning on doing some gliding today, so we'll just use wind noises. We'll find one of those streams where it's someone blowing into a fucking ear microphone or something, we'll just put that on loop. Did I say yesterday my uni got their hands on an old de Havilland Goblin engine? Oh shit, dude, nice. Fucking nice. That's awesome. Yeah, looks like our frames are a bit on the sketchy side today. Centrifugal jets are so weird. They're really cool to look at. Like the fucking demonstration models they have cutaways of, they're really cool to look at though. I saw a video, it was the engine out of a MiG-15 and they hand cranked it. It was one of the cutaway demo models and it was really cool actually seeing all the internal parts of it move. Like, oh, that's how that actually works. Put it on display tomorrow in the foyer of our building. We'll take a run. Yeah, absolutely, man. Hell yeah. Oh, I spy a ink. Oh my god, you madman. You fucking mad. Oh, Jesus. Oh, why is my SRS not working? I think I need to restart it. Do you need me to call the crane, Yink? Do we need to get the recovery service down here? Come on. Fucking SRS. There we go. I'll wait for you on the runway. Throttle's fucking... I thought you were just going to try and taxiway send it, and I was like, those trees are a bit close. It's all that throat singing. It's vibrated the sensor loose. Natural harmonics and all that. Alright, I'll just wait here. You know what I just remembered? There was exactly one Yak 28 in the original B variant I found. It was on a pedestal. Oh no. Oh no. It's like one of the better conditioned Su-15 TMs I know of was at Giuliani. Although I'm not sure if they hit the museum part of Giuliani or if it survived. I hope it survived. There's so much, like, I realized yesterday as well that the fucking bus depot in Kiev, it's like this awesome concrete dome. It's such a cool building. Shai went there and got a video of it a couple of years ago. I hope that's still there. It's not just people that are getting killed in this, it's fucking, like, all this cool heritage that's getting destroyed as well. It's fucking heartbreaking. Straighten my nose out a bit so the plane doesn't try and crab off the runway when I roll. Page file on the SSD. I've got a pretty big page file, but I don't remember if I put it on an SSD or a physical drive. I might double check and put it on one of my SSDs if it isn't already. I got 32 and I still don't think it's enough. There's the ink. Spooling. Brakes. Burner. Oh, whoopsie daisies. We're a convertible. I knew I forgot something. I may have forgot to lock the canopy.
That's okay. You can hear your shit better now.
Yeah, I know, right? Too bad I can't see behind myself anymore. Hang on, once I level off here, I'll set up Overlord in another channel so I can figure out where shit is.
125? Is it 125? Or I haven't planned this.
126.
Oh, okay.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy. Warning 15 kilometers. Turbo 1-1, threat, raw, 288, 20, 500, hot, fast.
It's been a long time since I've done that one. Feels bad, man.
Overlord, Reaper 5-3, set tripwire, 15 kilometers. Fuck, he's not gonna know that. Ah! Reaper 5-3, Reaper 5-3, set tripwire 15. Warning 15 kilometers.
Oh, he's a big brain.
Turbo 1-1, threat, raw, 293, 20, 100, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Reaper 5-3, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers. Turbo 1-1.
Not backwards, though.
250, 100, Tiger 2.
There he is. I keep looking up to see where, if I can spot you in the fucking periscope, and I'm like, oh, wait.
I'm just off your left here, I'm coming in.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Where's the front line? Okay, we're all the way up there.
Reaper 5-3, threat, raw, 349, 15, 1200, hot, begin. Circus 1-4, threat, raw, 349, 15, 1200, hot, begin.
Tally radar.
Ocean 19, merged, 321, 1200, begin.
Scott, Sam's out. Tally visual.
Ice L smoke. Turbo 1-1. Merged. 298. 100. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Merged. 326. 600. Begin. Reaper 5-3. Merged.
Shit.
328. 1000. Begin. Turbo 1-1.
He's dead.
Threat.
He's gonna go in.
Raw. 358. 20. 600. Hot. Fast. Tiger 2. Smash. I have double racks.
The SPO being up by the gun side is actually a trait of the air defense MiG-21 BIS, the PBO version. The frontline fighter version had it reversed with the...
Go that guy. You back out like 300?
310 at the moment. Just overflowing that low ridge. Smoke on. Just passing over the river. Stop freezing. Am I... Yeah, I have actually got my smoke on, okay. You see me yet?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, smoke off.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 255. 15. 100. Flag southeast. Tiger 2. Turbo 1-1. Threat. Raw. 217. 20. 100. Hot. Fast. Begin. Reaper 5-3. Threat. Raw. 239. 15. 100. Hot. Fast. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Merged. 216. 100. Tiger 2.
Sonic boom.
Reaper 5-3. Merged. 230. 700. Tiger 2.
Oh, my frames.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 190. 15. 300. Hot. Fast. Begin. Whoops, I double launched on my guy. Oh, the Turbo 1-1. Merged. 309. 300. Begin.
There's another 21.
Come back down on this. Threat. Raw. 209. 15. 300. Hot. Fast. Begin.
I see you, I don't see him. I see him.
Oh, miss. Overlord, Ocean 19, bogey dope. Ocean 19, Overlord.
Missile out.
Raw. 203. 10. 300. Flank northwest. Tiger 2.
Missed and I don't see him anymore.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 167.
Yeah, see him.
300. Begin.
I see it. Oh, the frames. Nicky Tendo, thanks for the follow. I think you shot me down the other day. 225 in the mix.
Ocean 19. Merged.
Oh god.
255.
Don't freeze.
200. Begin. Reaper 5-3. Threat. Raw. 239. 15. 500. Flag east. Fast. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4.
Good kill.
Raw, 250, 15, 500, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Fucking deeper, I'm back, 120.
Going 240 or 250, correction.
Are you? Is this you merged with me here? Okay. That's 25.
Vidius, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm heading out to sea. Oh, don't.
1-4, merged, 188.
Gazelle on my nose.
Tiger 2.
Gazelle, left wing.
I'm looking for you.
I'm climbing up. I just merged with the tiger. I don't see him, but I had a gazelle under me.
Okay.
I'm on fucking single-digit frame rate here right now.
Sure.
Smoke on.
I'm at 180 right now, back towards my line.
I'm over a forest. I'm turning south. That is the Gasha 23. I don't know what added those sounds, but they aren't default. Okay, I see the tiger. I'm merged. Going vertical by the farm. Going smoke off. Oh god, it's so hard to do this with this frame rate.
278, 15, 500, hot, 2-ship Tiger 2. Overlord Ocean 19, bogey dope. Ocean 19, Overlord, Raw, 305, 19, 200, drag north, Tiger 2. Give me a puff if you want, Ross, I think you guys are well.
He's low, he's egress, hang on. Missile out. Might be a bit far.
Circus 14.
Yeah, got him.
Raw, 290.
Oh, don't freeze.
1100.
God
hot,
damn.
Tiger 2. Circus 14. Merged. 301. 100. Tiger 2. Circus 14. Merged. 267. 100. Tiger 2. Alright, mark yours left.
Out G to missile.
Threat. Raw. 300.
One behind me.
15. 400. Being northeast. 2-ship Tiger 2.
Coming down vertical. We got a 15 with.
Merged. 258. 100. Tiger 2. Reaper 53. Threat. Raw. 292. 15. 200. Flag east. Tiger
Good splash? Question mark.
Reaper 53. Secondary. 311.
Yeah, I'm on one. Oh, I just got hit. There's one off my nose.
My Reaper 53. Merged.
One on my nose.
600.
I'm hit.
Tiger 2.
What got me? An Avenger. Fucking Avenger. Ugh. Well, that was pretty intense. Be nice if I actually had some frames, though. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh god. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna do some settings tweaking.
Okay, that's fine.
It makes me sad that I have to do... I don't even know if it's going to improve anything, because I think the low frames aren't due to graphics. I think it's because my CPU is getting bottlenecked or underutilized or something. Probably underutilized, because it's quite a beastly CPU. But we're going to... There is no Su-27 on that server. We're going to go... System... Here we go. Off. And 2 times. That's going to make me really sad, but we'll roll with that. Frames without smoke mod, basically identical. I did not notice a difference. There might be a difference, it might be 5-10 frames, but like I said yesterday, I don't notice that kind of difference. It's no factor to me. Yeah, the gun sounds, I don't know which mod added them. They're from a mod. I don't think they're from the Skyhawk. I don't know where they came from, but the problem is they replace the sounds for a bunch of guns, including the MiG-19s, and the MiG-19's external guns sound fucking amazing. So I'm gonna have to find out which file it is and delete it. That has, like, improved absolutely nothing. Absolutely no improvement, as I suspected, whatever. We'll roll with it for a couple flights, and if it continues to be basically the same performance, then I'll go turn that back on. It makes spotting harder, but it makes the game look prettier, and I'd rather the game be pretty than have, like, amazing spotting. Specifically, the problem appears to be trying to stream on this server, because like I've said, I have pretty good frames, at least certainly workable, when I'm not streaming on here, so it might just be a thing where OBS and the game are not agreeing on who gets the resources, and I don't know how to fix that, because DCS only utilizes one core. Hooray! And no matter which I set, like if I set OBS to render on NVENC or CPU, it seems to cause issues one way or the other, so at this point I'm kind of past caring. That picture, it says Soviet means excellent. It's, I've got that poster in real life, actually. There used to be, on the old MiG-21 cockpit, there was a, metric to imperial conversion table there, which I didn't want in the cockpit and I didn't use anyway, so I put that there. Just to spice up the cockpit a bit, make it a little more, homely. Mission Editor is a very powerful tool unless you're ready to deal with 5 FPS when doing comp. Yeah, really. Fucking hell. Absolutely. Hey, Breezewind. I almost feel like my frame rate's actually gone down somehow. This time we remembered to lock and seal the canopy. Oh, the Jaggies. Oh, it's horrible. I mean, in motion, it's not as bad, but in screenshots with the anti-aliasing turned down like this, it looks horrific. So, I'll probably turn it back up after I'm done playing. Yeah, it's not improved my performance at all. Oh, Enigma's on. Cool. I actually seem to get better frames during the snowstorm version of the mission. It's this one, the summer one, I think, that seems to be really shitty for me. I'm not sure why. But again, it's mostly why I'm streaming, so I think it's an OBS issue. Or like a, not an OBS issue, but a OBS conflict with the game. Almost 1 AM, I have an embedded systems exam tomorrow. Shit. Good luck, Boiler. Catch you later, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Do we have a friend who is smoking near the front line heavy?
It's very heavily dependent on the mission, so on Alpen's server, it's usually pretty smooth now on my new PC. Like, it's pretty smooth on there. But on this server, because this mission is so intense and there's so much going on, it seems that it's just too much. Maybe if DCS used more than one fucking core, that wouldn't be a problem, but it's just annoying. Oh shit, a MiG-29. Go ahead and take off, MiG-29. I'm waiting for my wingman. Assuming he's on comms. Oh god, the fucking Jaggies look so bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go turn anti-aliasing back on once I disconnect from here. This looks fucking awful. It makes spotting easier because dots show up much clearer, but, like, you shouldn't be able to see people at that distance anyway, to be honest.
Wait, Ross, what end of the runway are you on? I think I went to the opposite side.
I'm on 2-5.
Oh shit, okay. I'll take off and I'll circle around.
Alright, yeah, I'll take off from this end. Just be careful because there's a 29 taxiing on at the moment.
Taking off from the taxiway. Taking off from, what's the stack? 16. New runway.
Oh shit, I see ya. I'm turning in behind you.
Go ahead, snake right. I got eyes on.
Alright, going right. Oh, don't freeze. Fuck's sake. Yeah, that hasn't improved performance at all. I think it's actually made it worse somehow.
T7, 700, beam north, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15.
Circus 1-4.
That's my radar warning receiver.
Warning 15 kilometers.
So it's telling me that there's a search radar behind me to my back right, one to my back left, and one to my front left.
Reaper 5-3, Overlord. Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
And for anyone currently hyping themselves about getting the Mirage F1, just be prepared, because this is what you're going to deal with in the Mirage F1, just French flavoured. Same thing. 4 lights and some beeping. That's your radar warning receiver in that jet. It will be nothing like the F5's fancy little piece that tells you exactly what's looking at you and roughly where from.
Does the MiG-29 have IFF?
Yes, it's automatic. Make sure your radar's on, it won't IFF with the Erst. Single, like a single dash minus sign is hostile, equal sign is friendly. And when you lock onto people, if it shows A above ATK, it's hostile. Friendly is ASV in Russian, I forget what it is on the English cockpit.
Ocean 19, threat, Ra, 268, 12, 200, drag northwest, Tiger 2. Alright. On your left. Oh fuck, no, wait up! That's the wrong, I hit my fucking sleeper.
I actually... there we go. Yeah, you got your smoke on too. I see you.
Oh, whoops. Fucking throttle. Reaper 5-3, threat, Ra, 292, 15, 200, hot, Tiger 2.
Let's go left.
Circus 1-4, threat, Ra, 292, 15, 200, hot, Tiger 2. Wait, they're still warming up, 292. Reaper 5-3, merged, 287, 300, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 286, 300, Tiger 2. Vertical. Ocean 19, threat. Oh, he ripped his wings. Not my fucking take all my gear down. 1,900, hot, fast, Tomcat. Ocean 19, threat, Ra, 267, 12, 1,800, hot, Saber, begin. Where?
I see him, I don't see... oh, I see him.
Merged, A-93, 200, Tiger 2 down.
Beautiful.
Break, Ocean 19, merged, 019.
Do I need to put another missile into him?
Tomcat. Break, Ocean 19.
It looks like he's still kinda controllable.
1,800, begin. Well, if he shoots a missile, I'm dead. I don't have Ocean 19.
He won't have missiles, his wingtips are gone.
Okay, Saber. Oh, okay.
Alright, missile out, that'll finish him.
Merged, 291, 800,
He's
Tomcat.
dead.
I'm gonna unbind. Break. Dumbass. Soda 11, merged, 289, 1,800.
Hey, Dub.
Break. Ocean 19, merged, 306, 1,100, Tiger 2. Break. Ocean 19, merged, 020, 400, Tiger 2. Ocean 19, threat, Ra, 318, 12, 1,300.
Yeah, not bad. I'd be having a better day if my frame rate wasn't in the tank, but otherwise pretty good.
Threat, Ra,
Had some decent fights on Alpines.
10, 400, flank southeast, Tiger 2. Soda 11,
That's a merge.
309, 900,
I
Tiger
see a
2.
friendly merge with something, I'm gonna go help out.
Ocean 19, merged, 043,
2 incoming as well
Tiger
over the
2.
coast.
Ocean 19, threat, Ra, 163, 12, 100, flank northwest,
Oh,
Tiger 2.
fuck, that's a big miss.
Forward, Super 64, set to require 15, 500, Tiger 2. Soda 11, merged, 178, 100, Saber.
Don't freeze.
Ocean
Come on,
19,
DCS.
merged, 206, 100, Tiger 2.
Oh, shit.
Ocean 19, threat.
It's so hard to fight with fucking low frames.
Hot, Warthog. Circus 14, threat, Ra, 332, 15, 600, hot, Saber, 3-ship Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, Ra, 315, 15, 400, flag east, 2-ship Tiger 2. Ocean 19, threat,
Oh, come on.
319, 12, 200, flag southeast, Tiger 2. Circus 14, Threat.
I can't even tell where he went.
006, 15, 300, flag southeast, fast, Tiger 2.
Dude, this is killing me.
Circus 14, merged, 275, 100, Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, raw, 323, 15, 7,400, beam east, begin.
Okay, we just ripped, I think.
Merged, 299, 100, 2 ship Tiger 2. Soda 11, merged, 341, 200, Tiger 2. Ocean 19, threat, raw, 200, 12, 7,300, flag east.
Please stop freezing, DCS.
Ocean 19, merged, 327, 300, Tiger 2. Circus 14, merged, 027, 100, Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, raw, 327, 15, 100, hot, Warthog. Ocean 19, merged, 208, 200, Warthog. Circus 14, threat, raw, 026.
Let's go for whatever this is.
300, flag southeast, Tiger 2.
A10 maybe?
Circus 14, merged, 033, 1,400.
Let's run away and hope for the best.
Circus 14, merged, 049, 300, Tiger 2. I'm on my way back. Circus 14, merged, 306, 6,900, begin. Break, 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 Circus 14, merged, 262, 300, Warthog.
What? Oh, are you kidding? That's fucking ridiculous. That bubble is way too big. He's flying over the fucking road base, so I can't shoot him.
Super 64, set tripwire for 15.
I think I'm gonna call it. I'm fucking getting tilted already. The game's running like shit. Can someone clip that and show Enigma? Because I told him the fucking bubble's too big. Like, you cannot attack anything anywhere near a road base or it fucking tells you it's too close and deletes your weapon. I don't think the A10 was deliberately sitting above it to protect himself, but I did see somebody do that the other day, so people are obviously becoming aware of it. We'll turn that back up. Turn that back up, not that it fucking helped anyway. Cheers. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it to DCS. We'll go play some MSFS instead, it should be less frustrating. It's gonna take a while to boot up though. That was you? It probably was. Yeah, I was wondering, like, that R3R should have been dead on. I was wondering why the fuck it didn't hit, and then I see the road base message come up, like... Ugh, frustrating. Yeah, that was an R3R. But, well, the thing is, Super, it wasn't just the MiG-21's missiles. I did it the other day in an F5, and it was with an AIM-9P, I think? Might have been a 9B, and it did the exact same fucking thing. So it's not, like, I know it's not supposed to do it to air-to-air missiles, but it does. Consistently to every fucking single one I've shot near a road base. It also does it to air-to-ground rockets shot above a road base. Not at the road base, but above it. Like, the bubble is way the fuck too big. I don't know how else you'd do it, though, without having a bunch of smaller bubbles along the entire length of the road, which would probably make things run even worse. But yeah, it looks like DCS is a bit of a non-starter today, so we'll just fire up MSFS and chill out for a bit before I lose my voice. Thanks, guys. Yeah, just so I can demonstrate, like, that was... I know it was next to the road base, but it was high enough above it that really, like, that's going to be a problem. Jeez, everyone got a clip. I'm gonna have to try and figure out as well where these performance issues are coming from when I stream on Enigma server, because it's like it is really unplayable, honestly, to stream it. But when I play off stream, it's fine. which is mostly why I don't stream on Enigma server. I've been playing it off stream and I've been having a great time, but whenever I try and stream it, it just runs like shit. You know, obviously, both OBS and DCS are pretty resource heavy, but like looking at my CPU utilization, all my temps, everything, even my RAM utilization, there's not, like, it's not 100% on anything. It's like 80% CPU, 80% RAM, fucking CPU running at 80 degrees, which is cool for a 5800X. So I honestly don't know, dude. I honestly do not know. Like, this is a powerful enough PC that I should not have trouble streaming and playing DCS at the same time on high settings. I really shouldn't. And on most, like, on Alpin's server, I typically don't. How much is the GPU utilization when you get stutters? I'll have to check. I'll have to double check later, but, like, I'm not seeing anything that immediately tells me what the problem is when I check up on it. Now, unfortunately, MSFS is probably going to take like 40 minutes to fucking start up, so we're going to have another just chatting stream for a bit, I guess. No, you weren't, Korchak, you weren't. It's just because you were flying near a road base. I think it was a blue road base. Wasn't even an active road base, but because you were near it, the road base protection script triggered and destroyed my missile. So you had an R3R coming right at your face, but because it flew over the road base, it deleted it. It wasn't anything you were doing wrong, it's just because the road bases are all over the... Oh, it's active, okay, never mind then. But because they're so, you know, scattered all around the front, it's difficult to really remember which directions you can and can't shoot in without that interfering. Bought a Verpal Throttle. Oh, you will love it, my dude. You will fucking love it, because I absolutely adore mine. So what we're going to do in MSFS today is we're going to pick up from where we left off yesterday when the sim crashed on me. We're going to, first of all, we're not going to do a flight, but we're going to go to a harbour somewhere, a busy harbour, probably New York, that should be reasonably busy. And we're going to set the fucking wind all the way up so we can see if the waves actually physically affect the shipping, because I have my doubts, especially after yesterday's water landing in heavy seas. So we'll see that, just because I'm curious. And then once we have done our little bit of science, I'm going to hop in a glider and do some gliding over, I don't know, maybe the Rockies or the Andes or something. I'm not running any of the fancy external glider apps at the moment. I do have a couple, I just can't be asked to launch them. So I'm not going to have like full-on proper gliding thermals or anything. MSFS does simulate thermals to an extent, but probably not as much as it should. Like, they're probably not as strong as they should be. So we're just going to set the wind up a bit and mostly be relying on the wind coming off the mountains. And full disclosure, I have literally zero gliding experience, aside from out-of-fuel MiG-29s in DCS, so this could be a complete unmitigated disaster. You have been warned. Did they fix the glass of the 21? Yes, they cleaned the glass. I kind of wish they hadn't, because I thought the dirt spots and shit gave it character, and honestly they didn't bother my spotting that much. I wish instead of cleaning the MiG-21's canopy, they dirtied up every other aircraft's canopy in DCS, because every other single fucking module has unrealistically clean canopy perspex. Like, ridiculously, unrealistically clean. I know that people say, oh, they clean the canopy before every flight, and, you know, it makes it hard, and in real life you could just look like... Yeah, no. If you spend much time flying, especially at low altitude in the summer, boy, you're gonna have bugs all over your fucking canopy. And they do not clean off very easily. So what I'm going to do later as well is I'm going to see if I can salvage some footage out of track files from when I was playing on Enigma server off stream the other day, because I had a couple of good flights in the 29. And I'll try and record from them as long as the track files aren't desynced, which they usually are, and I'll probably upload them to YouTube, and I might upload them on here as well. But yeah, it looks like going forwards, I might have to avoid streaming on there until I can figure out what is actually causing the problem, because it's just really frustrating. If I was in like a helicopter or something, it wouldn't be as bad, but particularly in the MiG-21, like in the 29 as well, I can kind of deal with it because I'm usually up high doing BVR, but in the 21, where I'm typically down low over the front line, it just chugs, and it's so difficult. Because all it takes is a little stutter, and either I've lost track of the guy I was trying to fight, or I've gone into a tree. It's really, really frustrating. So since I've been streaming for a couple days in a row, which I usually don't do, I will probably be taking a few days off. Not sure if I'll be streaming before the... Well, actually next weekend, if Alpin runs a Skyhawk mission, I'll stream that. But otherwise, I'm not sure if I'll be streaming before the next ArmA mission next week. I will probably get that new SSD installed and get MSFS onto it, so hopefully the next time we do stream MSFS, it will A, load faster, B, run a lot smoother, and C, I can get even more scenery mods, which should be nice. DCS is already on its own M2, so there's not a whole lot I can do for performance there. Like, it's... Any issues being had with DCS, I cannot fix. Setting my graphics settings lower doesn't fix them. It actually seems to make them worse. I can't move it to a faster drive because it's on the fastest drive in my PC. Whatever. It is what it is. It's kind of funny though, I had like the whole honeymoon period for about, I don't know, like a year after I got the new PC, and DCS actually finally ran smooth even while streaming, and now we're back to pre-Beepski Mark II levels of me getting tilted, because I'm getting like 10 frames a second. But again, it's like on Alpin's server, it's fine. So I think it's probably just because Enigma's server is so heavily scripted and has so many units in it that it's like when I'm running OBS, it's kind of struggling for resources.